pressure looks good.
Following up. Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
And welcome to Boca Chica, Texas. It is, Thursday, May 28th, the day after SpaceX had a first attempt at getting Demo 2 airborne, and they're already back at work in Texas. I'm Jack Beyer, at Jack Beyer on Twitter. I'm a reporter and photographer for NASASpaceflight, and I am joined today by the omnipresent Mary, Boca Chica gal. Mary, can we get a little hello from you? Let's see if we've got good audio today.
Hi, everyone. Welcome.
Oh my goodness, you sound great. Yes.
Oh, good.
Well, thank you for being out there and bringing us this view of hopefully the fourth static fire of SN4 this morning. We're standing by. Also with us on the call is Michael Baylor. Michael.
Yes, I'm here, and I'm aware that the time on the ticker is currently wrong. I just noticed that the remote server that we use for some reason always throws that off, so I'm issuing a correction right now, but the current local time is actually 11:24 a.m. Central Time. So sorry for the confusion there.
No worries. And we've already got a super chat in, Modern, $2.99. Let's hope for a successful static fire. Indeed.
Okay, and
you got a little fingers crossed.
Sorry to interrupt. We have
Nope,
corrected the time issue.
All right, so we have a mission timer error or whatever, some kind of joke related to that. There you go. Mission elapsed timer. There we go. Now I remember things. It's early. All right, so today we are basically going to, if you are familiar with our streams, you know what the drill is. If you're not, basically it's kind of like fishing. We set up and we wait, and we're hoping to see a static fire of SN4. Based on the road closures, that's what we're expecting today. So it's just kind of a hurry up and wait. The next thing we're looking for is going to be any sort of activity from the tank farm or perhaps from the flare stack, just something to indicate activity and the vehicle being fueled. So as of right now, it looks like pretty calm at the pad, but I do believe the pad is clear. Is that correct, Mary?
There's a lot of vehicles at the checkpoint.
Okay.
But not
Cool.
the pad, right?
Right. I can't say for certain that the pad is clear because I didn't watch to see if the fire truck or security came through, but it looks clear.
Yeah.
Got it. Cool. So now we're just going to hang out, and if you guys have any questions in the chat, feel free to throw them at us. And I see we've got two more super chats. Daniel Oswald, thank you so much, and LCT Piggy. What is LCT an abbreviation for? Thank you guys so much for the super chat. I mean, goes without saying, you help us do what we do. Couldn't do it without you. Data is expensive, gear is expensive, and time. So thank you so much. It really, really helps out. And don't forget, you can. There's multiple ways to throw money at us and help us out here. So you can also become a member of the YouTube channel, and you get special things like emojis and whatnot in chat. So consider doing that too as well. If you like what we're doing and want to help out, we would really, really appreciate it. All right, let's see. I'm going to go into chat here. I'm going to look at some questions. And of course, I shouldn't have said that because now it'll blow up as I'm trying to look at the single thing and it's flying by. Let's see. What time is static fire scheduled for? We don't know. I wish we had a schedule, but it's not something that SpaceX shares. So that's why I say it's sort of like fishing. You sort of just set up the camera, make sure you're comfy, at least as comfy as you can be, and you wait, and you hope something cool happens. Let's see. Clock District, thanks for the super chat. Mass Simulator looks like an AC unit to me. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Looks like the industrial units you would see on top of a mall or something. Let's see. What will happen to SN4 after all the? Oh, go ahead, Michael.
I was gonna say, Colin, thank you for the membership.
Oh, heck yeah! Thank you so much. What will happen to SN4 after all the tests? We don't. Again, another thing that we don't know. I'm sorry that I have to answer questions with we don't know, but the fact of the matter is we don't. And things could change. I mean, maybe SpaceX has a plan right now, and maybe that changes based on what tests show them, or just things change. So hopefully SN4 gets a place of honor as the first. I don't know, what would you want to call it, like higher fidelity Starship prototype, or yeah, that fired with a Raptor engine. Starhopper is one thing, but SN4 is a whole nother. And then now I'm wondering if I misspoke and there's been other, like, have we seen a Raptor fire on SNs 1, 2, or 3? I forget.
No, SN4 was the first.
Okay, so I didn't misspeak. Hooray! I should probably make some coffee. Let's see. Oh, Jan Chromes? I'm just gonna guess. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Thank you so much for the super chat. A huge thank you to everyone on the team for the amazing coverage. Exactly what we needed while waiting for DM2. Well, you're welcome. It's really fun to do this and bring this sort of thing to the world. So it's our pleasure. And Dan Rar BC, welcome to the red team. Thank you so much for the membership. You are awesome. Astro Regard in chat says, flaming end is down, but no pointy end up. It's got a boxy end up. I don't know, maybe we'll have to get Tim on later and ask him if boxy end up is applicable. I think in this case, we're gonna have to apply for a waiver and we should be able to get one. Boxy end up, okay. Not great, but okay. Pointy end up, preferable. Let's see, did they cancel today's closure? No, as far as we know, closure is still active. Rational World, time of static fire, we don't know. Merovi Balik, how does mass simulator affect static fire? Michael, do you have any thoughts on how the mass simulator might affect static fire?
I'm not quite sure what they're intending to test with that, but it definitely changes the loads on the tank structures, so that could be part of it. It could also be they want to help hold the vehicle down if they're going to have more thrust or something, but I'm not quite sure. We have not gotten confirmation on the specific reasoning for the mass simulator, so I'm not gonna say anything definitive because I don't know for sure.
You know, like the disclaimers you see when someone gives legal advice online, like, I'm not a lawyer. We're gonna need to make a I'm not a rocket scientist t-shirt. I'm not a rocket scientist, but let's see. Drake Tamer, thanks Marion team. Let's light this candle. Thank you so much, Drake, for the super chat. Man, we're constantly trying new things and shipping new gear to Boca Chica just to try and get the best possible content we can to you guys. So each time someone helps out the channel like that, even just everybody watching with your eyeballs, there's 2,600 people something right now watching. It means a lot to us, and it fuels us, literally and figuratively. So thank you so much. Speaking of fueling, that's what we're waiting for. Look at that segue. It's like I'm good at this or something. So we're waiting on fueling. So far, no activity from the tank farm, no activity visible, at least from the flare stack, although it could be burning in a condition that, the flame is not quite visible to our eyes. Methane does burn fairly clean. Let's see. I'm gonna look back.
Did you get a super chat from Jan? Jack?
No, go for it.
Huge thank you to everyone on the team for the amazing coverage. Exactly what we needed while waiting for demo 2. I agree.
I did, but I do agree. It's worth saying again.
Yeah, you got.
No worries.
You got to be acknowledged twice because I wasn't paying attention while I dealt for another issue. So there you go.
No worries. That's kind of it's an unexpected bonus of doing a super chat. You may be acknowledged twice. Let's see. Weight changes the resonance frequency, simulating the dynamic pressure. That sounds like some words. Let's see what else we got. David Peoples, the big question: will this get a copyright strike from YouTube? Too soon. Mad Max, any way to focus? Hey, Mad Max. There's a thing called atmospheric distortion, and it is just kind of unavoidable. So this is the picture that we've got. I think it looks pretty darn great, having been out there and looked through lenses from this distance at the pad. This is pretty darn good. So I'm not complaining.
Jack, isn't it like, yeah, I'm not here, but isn't it like 1.6, 1.7 miles between the camera and SN6, SN4, whatever SN this is?
I want to say 1.5. And also, sorry, I didn't introduce you because you're not here. But
I'm not here, though.
That's the voice of our man in the machine, John Galloway, or John Das Galloway. I don't know. I just bungled that. Fine. Either way, you're not here.
Sorry.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. What else we got? I completely forgot what I was talking about.
You were talking about the atmospheric distortion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is a great image. Like, honestly, this is as good as you're going to get from this distance. So it's focused.
It is definitely focused. And the shimmering you're seeing is all that heat from the hot Texas summer moving through the atmosphere. So it's not a problem with the camera. You could have a $20,000 camera and you would still see the shimmering effect. That is just physics. So it's kind of hard to get around with it. Maybe you could have like a super powerful AI program or something that tried to clean it up, but that would be a ton of processing power. So this is what we have. But pretty much anybody from this angle is not going to be able to fix this problem, basically.
Yep, it's just nature. The good news is we can see everything that's going on, and we got a nice stable camera, and Mary is presumably comfortable in not being attacked or carried away by mosquitoes. So would you say that's accurate, Mary? You're not being carried away by mosquitoes?
She may not be able to hear us because of that phone connection out there, but
yeah, that's why I'm not here. Remember, Mary's signal is going to be pretty shaky for comms today because she's on AT&T and we're on a Verizon. We get Verizon signal here.
Oh, I got so excited by hearing her voice loud and clear. I'll stop prompting her.
Your mileage may vary.
That's my bad. Yeah. So let's see. What is the new bit on top? A good question. We think it's a mass simulator. What is a mass simulator? It's a big honking weight that they put on top to simulate mass. Remember how Falcon Heavy famously had the Tesla Roadster with Starman in it? That was a mass simulator. Normally, a mass simulator is just a big chunk of weight or water or just, something boring. And Falcon Heavy happened to do it with a Tesla Roadster, which I find delightful. So on top of this guy, we presume it's a mass simulator. I don't think we have official confirmation from anybody at SpaceX, but I believe that is sort of what won the internet arguments and discussions when we first saw this thing, as we first referred to it as the shiny block. So, and thank you so much, Fuiho. I'm guessing that's how you say your name. I'm really sorry, everybody, for butchering your names, but I'll try my best. Thank you so much for the super chat. You have a cool icon too, and a cute little pair. Thank you. No, you are welcome. We are happy to bring you this today and every day that we are able.
Vernon asked, how is the number of viewers for Demo 2 yesterday? I think on the official NASA and SpaceX streams, I think the combined total was well over 1 million live viewers. There were also a lot of other news outlets streaming, so there's definitely a lot of people watching. For us in particular, I think it was a couple thousand. It's obviously harder when you have to compete with every single news outlet on the planet who wants to show this stuff. But all in all, I mean, there are millions of people watching a spaceflight event live, which doesn't happen every day. So that was super cool to see.
Yeah, I was out and about yesterday, but I was able to tune in, and it was just cool to see, everyone doing their thing. Oh, and Clock District, thanks for the super chat. Imagine if the Pad Ninjas came to Boca for SN4. I like those Pad Ninjas, man. Those are cool looking suits. Silly kind of, but also cool. Did they have that? They had it almost looked like a dryer vent, like attached to their backs. Like, what? Is that just to keep FOD out or like keep negative pressure in the? I don't know if I saw anybody talking about that. But again, I was out and about and I didn't really get to watch the feed.
Yeah. And if you're just joining us, we're still waiting for signs of fueling. Usually that starts off, or propellant loading, I should say. I'm trying to get better at that. I mean, fueling is technically just putting the fuel into the rocket. Propellant loading includes both the fuel and the oxidizer. So the oxidizer in this case is liquid oxygen, and the fuel is methane. So propellant loading refers to both of those things, if I understand that correctly. So we're waiting for propellant loading to start. That will start off with a lot of activity on the tank farms. They start getting everything ready. And then once they start loading propellant into the vehicle, we will see some signs of venting from Starship itself. And the first vents we usually see are from the very top. You can actually see the venting areas today, I think. There's 2 dots. If you look towards the top half of Starship, there's 1 dot lower down and 1 dot maybe at the second or third ring from the top. And those are the first places where we typically see venting coming from. So once the tank farm activity starts picking up, you want to keep your eyes there to see when Starship starts venting for the first time this afternoon. But we did see a bit of venting from further to the left from the tank farms, kind of in a grassy area while we were getting set up, but I am not seeing much activity right now. So like Jack was talking about earlier, this is kind of like fishing. You get everything set up, and then you have to wait for a while until something happens. So we're just going to keep hanging out, and hopefully we'll get some venting action soon from the tank farms, followed by the vehicle itself.
And we've got a super chat from Fuba44. Any estimate on the weight of the mass simulator? It weighs as much as 1 mass simulator. No, I'm sorry. I see one of our members in chat just below that saying, Michael Solani, saying it's 2 rolls of steel welded together. So I'm sure someone's done the math on what we expect one of these rolls of stainless 301 alloy to weigh, given a known thickness. I don't know what that is. If someone in chat can chime that in, we can probably come up with a rough back of a napkin estimate for what that mass simulator might weigh.
I mean,
Frederick Martinson, oh, go for it.
I was going to quickly add, they had to bring out their biggest crane that they used to lift Starship out to the pad to put that mass simulator on top, which to me would signal that it's heavy. Exactly how heavy, I don't know, but it's definitely heavy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Frederick Martinson, thanks for the super chat. Could someone explain the mechanism behind the flame and why it gets bigger 1 minute before they fire the engine? Okay, couple things to separate out here. And Michael or anybody, feel free to stop me if I go too far off the rails. So part of what the question is about is assuming that we know that the flame gets bigger 1 minute before they fire the engine. And I think that we know that, but I don't know that we know that. So let's just assume that yes, the flame does get bigger 1 minute before they fire the engine. And that's not just some sort of like voodoo that we deliriously subscribe to after hours and hours and hours of waiting for something to happen. If indeed it's a consistent thing and does happen, my gut would be that as you're topping off the tanks, at a certain point you complete that topping off procedure, and then you will then need to divert methane either from the tanks to keep them at the appropriate pressure, or from the tank farm and plumbing that had been previously flowing into the tanks. Either way, methane as part of that closeout process would be diverted to the flare to be burnt off. I hope that is a concise and understandable explanation and accurate, but that's the best I can do.
Another super chat from Vipercrest. Tim sent me here. Your content is awesome and on point. New sub here, love from Norway. We appreciate the support. And thank you to Tim for sending you here. We appreciate the support from Tim as well.
Yeah, if you don't follow Everyday Astronaut, get on that.
So let's see. Oh, Mark, another new member. Well, new memberships and super chats are really coming in today. We appreciate everyone's support. And speaking of your support, I believe we now have the equipment necessary so that Mary is now running this camera off of an external battery pack, which means we will not have to be doing battery swaps today. If you've watched our streams in the past, every 2 hours we have to swap the battery on the camera, which only takes about 40 seconds, but it's something you don't want to be doing when there's any sign of action, because you definitely don't want to miss anything. So again, we really appreciate the support, and it helps us continue to upgrade equipment and make improvements to make Mary's life easier, because that is obviously the most important thing here. Mary's out, and I was just checking the weather. I don't know if Mary can hear me right now, but Mary, I look like there was 89 degrees out there, but it said it feels like 99. And we may not have audio connection with Mary right now, but yeah, it's definitely hot out there, and you can see those shimmering effects. So we definitely want to lessen the load on Mary, but we really appreciate her effort every day bringing us this amazing content.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought up the battery eliminator. That I completely forgot about that. And as much as I will sort of miss the fun pit stop atmosphere and how good Mary got at swapping that battery out in 30 seconds, it's super cool that we don't have to do that anymore, and that is a direct result of everybody's support. So thank you so much, everybody. If you feel so inclined, let's get an F in the chat for the old battery setup.
It's the end of the battery swap era. It's sad.
Yeah, no
I
more.
heard equipment,
no
so I
more
started
battery
listening
swap.
again. But I'm not here.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, if you're wondering why it took us so long to fix the battery swap problem, we originally purchased third-party equipment because it was way cheaper. And apparently, in the latest Nikon D75 camera, which Mary is using, Nikon was smart and made some changes so that third-party systems don't work. So we had to buy the official Nikon thing, which costs about several $100s more than it should have. So it was expensive, but your support makes it happen, so we appreciate it.
Yep, it was absolutely worth it. And now we don't ever have to have that pit in our stomach stress moment where hopefully nothing cool happens for the next 30 seconds after we've been watching almost nothing happen for the last 2 hours. So it's huge. It's a really big deal, and I'm glad you remembered that, Michael.
And if you have any questions for us, tag at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll make it stand out. And we'll do our best to answer as many questions as we can while we wait for signs of activity to pick up here. But yes, if you're just joining, there is a static fire scheduled today. I'm seeing some questions about that. We are not expecting a hop today. From my understanding, the earliest the hop could occur is Monday. There are currently flight restrictions scheduled that are have a large enough radius and say they are for launch and reentry operations. I don't know why they call them reentry operations, but the launch and reentry operation flight restrictions are the ones that are typically for the hop. The static fire flight restrictions typically just say space flight operations. So we believe there's 2 flight restrictions that could be for the hop, but a Friday's hop will not work because SpaceX is trying to make sure they do the hop after Demo 2, because obviously Demo 2 is the company's major priority right now. Nothing else really matters when there's astronauts on board a rocket. So they're making sure they get that mission right before they have their high-up managers and whatnot focus on making sure the team in Boca Chica executes the hop correctly. So they're still doing static fire operations, obviously, but we don't expect the hop until at least Monday now, given that Demo 2 has slipped until Saturday, and the next flight restriction that could be possible for a hop is on Monday. But in the meantime, there's a possibility of multiple static fires. We don't know exactly how many or when, but as of this, Mary got her very exciting alert message yesterday that was delivered to her door, which basically warned her that there's going to be static fire or spaceflight operations, which is usually a static fire in the area. So they're going to sound a police siren as a warning 10 minutes before the static fire. So that's the big signal that we're going to listen for. And when Mary hears the siren, she'll let us know. And then we'll notice about 10 minutes until static fire this afternoon. So lots of exciting testing coming up in the next few days in Boca Chica. But again, just a static fire today, not a hop. But as we saw off the last static fires themselves can be pretty exciting. And you never know what can happen. If you miss the last static fire, The static fire itself appeared to go great, but then the Raptor engine fire caused the base of the pad there's some installation on the pad that ignited on the left-hand side of your view right now, and a ground support equipment line connecting to the vehicle also broke off and caused a small fire. And you can kind of, if you look at the bottom of the vehicle, you can kind of see some scorch marks from that past static fire. They've repaired the damage and are good to make another static fire attempt today. This will be the second static fire with Raptor serial number 20, and the fourth static fire total with Starship SN4.
Yeah, I would not have expected 4 static fires. You know, you get to a point where it seems like the hop's going to be practically tomorrow, and then it's not. I'm saying this is hypothetical. It's not. You get to a point where it feels that way based on the speed of the progress, and then they static fire it again, and then they took the engine off, and then they did another cryo test, and then they did another static fire. It's just like, okay, cool. I'm excited to see as much Raptor action as we can get. Let's see some questions. Chris Jackson, what does the S stand for? Sorry, Chris, I am silly and like to make chat do things sometimes. It's like a sign of respect. Like you say S in the chat for blank and people do it. Just ignore it. I'm sorry. Imagine there's a lot of people who are like, why is everyone typing F? Let's see. ETA, we don't know. We're waiting along with you. So let's hang out. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Bum, bum, bum.
We had a super chat from Damon, Team Superbad. One of you sounds like McLovin and the other sounds like Evan. That's a reference to that movie. I've not seen it. I don't know if you have, Jack.
I've seen it, but it's been a long time. I'm gonna get crucified in the chat now. Who is which? I don't know if that's good or bad. I assume.
Yeah, I don't know either, but Team Superbad is a movie, so that's all I know. I have not.
Now I feel like an old. Let's see. What do you guys expect from this Saturday's launch? I expect nothing, and I hope for the best. And
I mean,
of course, reference. Go for it.
I was gonna say, to me, the demo to launch attempt yesterday, which was actually scrubbed, it felt like after the scrub happened, I felt like there was still a launch. Like so much exciting stuff happened, even though the rocket didn't launch. Because normally when a rocket launches, you only officially webcast the final 10 minutes of the countdown or whatever. Then you see the rocket launch and it's over in 8 minutes or something. But that was like 3.5, 4 hours of super exciting stuff that we hadn't seen for 9 years now. And a lot of people had never seen that happen live in the US and America, because a lot of people have only got excited about space recently when SpaceX has come along. So I think seeing those crew members go out to the pad, get suited up and walk out and go to the pad and get in the rocket, and the rocket get fueled up, was pretty exciting in itself, and basically even more exciting than, a normal Starlink launch. So I thought that was super cool, and I'm excited for Saturday. Some people asking about the flare. Yes, we expect to see the flare once they start fueling. It's definitely on right now. It's just in pilot mode, which means it's a tiny flare. And with all this heat distortion and the sunlight, you can't see it very well. But if it was nighttime, I think you would see a small flare from that flare stack. If you have not watched a Starship stream before, on the far right of your screen, there is a small pole. It's the farthest pole to the right, and that is the flare stack. So if you see fire coming from that at any point, that'll be a good sign that activity is ramping up. And also, if you're just joining us, it's probably time for us to do another round of intros. So Jack, you want to tell us what you do? Or maybe Jack is busy right now, so I'll tell you what Jack does.
Oh,
Jack,
okay. No, I'm here. Sorry, I thought
Okay.
I thought I was muted and I was on a different desktop, and I was like, oh god. No, I'm a photographer, videographer, sometimes reporter for NASASpaceflight. So if you have a cool aerospace thing happening within several hundred, potentially 1,000 miles of me, I will go and document it because I find this stuff fascinating. So you can follow me at the Jack Buyer on Twitter and Neon Heat Disease on Instagram if you are curious. Why do I care what this guy thinks? Go take a look at what I've done and seen. And I got to say, this is quite extraordinary, despite all the insane things I've seen.
And
So
I am
thanks for
Michael
joining us.
Baylor. I'm a reporter for NASASpaceflight, but I also sometimes do photography, and I also do a lot of live stream stuff. So that's kind of what I do. It's a bit of a mix of many different things. And we also have Mary here today. I don't know if she can hear us right now or talk, but Mary, can you hear us? Maybe not, but Mary is at Boca Chica Gal on Twitter. She is the person bringing you this amazing live footage right now, live from Boca Chica, Texas. And make sure you follow her on Twitter because every day she's posting incredible photos of the development. At Boca Chica Gal is her handle. And you can also find her content on the NASASpaceflight forums. That's super cool. And then, of course, right here on our YouTube channel where Mary posts daily videos, which Jack helps edit together often. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already for those daily updates of all the excitement happening down in Boca Chica, Texas. Right now, they have not one, not two, but 3 Starship vehicles getting built other than the one you're seeing right now. So they're basically 4 Starship vehicles being worked on, including SN4 right now. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago where Mary spotted ring segments getting built that says serial number 7 on the side. So that's super cool.
So cool. That's just mind-boggling to think about.
And DOS is in
4
here.
starships.
Yeah. If you want to know who DOS is, DOS, otherwise known as John Galloway. DOS is his Twitch name. John Galloway is his actual name. Is also on the call right now.
But not really.
And he's definitely not here, right, DOS?
That's right. Nobody here but us Mises. You know, it's impossible for me to be connected to the live stream and not actually make comments on occasion. That's just not going to work. I'm sorry. Y'all are doing fine. Y'all are doing fantastic, but I am here if you need me, okay?
Yeah. DOS is
sometimes if you don't need me.
DOS is our professional host. That's why me and Jack do not sound quite as good as DOS, obviously, because DOS does this for a living. Although I have to say, Jack is pretty much a professional host. Jack sounds so good at this. I don't know how, he's just like a natural. But without any practice, Jack had just come on to these streams in the past couple of weeks and done a great job, I think.
What? I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
Sorry, Jack. We can mute you if we need to and just keep lapping praise upon you. Dude, you're doing a fantastic job. You're so good.
Please stop. Please,
no.
Let's talk about stuff. Hey, look, a starship on the pad.
No. Aren't there C-130 pictures we could see or something?
Stop it.
All right. I'm not here.
Yeah, so anyways, DOS is also the technical person who set up all this equipment for Mary and figured out how to stream a stable connection from a very remote location in Texas. So thanks to DOS for all that hard work. And this quality video we're getting right now is pretty incredible considering that it's almost 100-degree heat out there, very poor cell service and whatnot. So this is super cool.
Yeah, I'll toss in real quick. We are at a different location. Mary is at a different location today. This is the location we would watch the, potentially, this is a further away location than she's normally at, where we think we may be able to watch hops or other things from. So we wanted to spool up the stream from here so that we can get some ground truth on this location and see how the signal is going to be so we can address that in advance of any big events that we would watch from here. So I don't know if we want to say exactly where she is, but I'll leave that one up to y'all.
Yeah, we won't say exactly where. And just so everybody knows, if you are hoping to come see a hop, do not try to look on Google Maps and figure out where Mary is and plan to go view from there. They will not let you there. They close the area to everybody but residents. So unless you live there, you will not get access to this area. If you're looking for the best place to view a hop, it's probably there's a park at the southern part of South Padre Island, I believe. And they have like a designated viewing area there that they built when SpaceX first created their launch pad. So that'll be a great place to watch the hop from, and definitely a safe distance. We're still not sure what the specific safety radius will be for the 150-meter hop. That has not been announced by SpaceX yet. So we're waiting to see exactly where we can stream from, but we're hoping that this farther away spot will be an okay spot. But obviously, SpaceX will tell us what the safety rules are going to be, and then we will obviously follow that. So we'll have to wait and see on that one.
It's pretty cool. The view from South Padre, like, I think it's a nice view. I mean, you're looking across the water at the pad. It's completely unobstructed. It's just water and pad. It's very similar to some of the views you get from Kennedy. So it's not going to be a downgrade. I mean, it's a little bit further, but you know, when this thing goes, it's going to be very visible. So a little bit of distance won't be the worst thing. Won't be the end of the world. Man, I am getting a lot of like spam phone calls today. I don't know what the deal is. I'm gonna need to step away for a moment.
Well, that means it's just being Mary to hold down the fort while Jack is gone. So again, if you have any questions, continue to ask them, and we will do our best to answer. Dan is asking how far it is from South Padre Island to the pad, and I do not know the specific distance, so I'm currently bringing up Google Maps, and I am going to use the measurement tool to give you an answer. So just hang on 1 second, and let's see. Google Maps is not playing nice right now. There we go. And it looks like it is about 5 miles from the pad to the southern tip of South Padre Island. So that is actually not bad at all. For a normal like Falcon 9 launch from Florida or Vandenberg, 5 miles is usually about where most of the public viewing locations are. There's a couple cases where you can get closer than that, but 5 miles is usually about as good as you're going to get. So that's definitely going to be a great place to launch from. And of course, once they start doing higher tests to like 20 kilometers or higher, the safety radius will continue to expand. So that may end up being the closest place where you can watch from anywhere in southern Texas. We again do not know how they're going to handle the safety restrictions yet, because they've never done a high altitude launch from South Texas. But definitely South Padre Island is a great place to view the launch from once activity picks up. Can anyone drive by Starship when there is no testing or road closures? Yes, there's actually a public beach at the road to the pad is actually a road that takes you to a public beach. So it's a public road. You can drive by it, but definitely do not do anything that is in any way obstructive or invasive to what SpaceX is doing. Like drones are illegal, that kind of thing. So you can drive by, but please be respectful to all of the crew working out there and doing all this hard work to make this happen. We definitely do not want like 100 people gathered on the side of the road pointing cameras at them. That's not nice and whatnot. So we are always super careful with Mary, and we do not take any close-up. We don't like post close-up pictures of people's faces or license plates or anything like that. So being respectful to the local crews is definitely important. And More questions. I can see heat around the flare, but I can't see the flame. That thing's going, right? Yes, it's going. If they have methane on site, basically they have to have the flare stack on because there is constant boil off that they have to safely burn off. So it would be a safety violation basically if they didn't have that flare stack on or another way to recycle the methane. They are actually working on, I think Elon tweeted a week or two ago about a solar powered system where they could basically recondition the methane. We have not seen that being built yet, so we don't think that's available. But eventually they will have an alternative system to the flare stack, but until that happens, they have to use the flare stack. So while you cannot see the pilot light on, it is definitely lit right now. And I don't know if Chris G, you can hear me.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so Chris G just joined the call, and I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
So welcome to the stream.
Oh, it's good to be here. I decided to sleep in and woke up to the message going, Starship is doing something.
Yeah, and we have road closures basically every day. Let me check. I think it's every day until Saturday or something. So, or 3 Saturdays. So there's
Nice.
literally no stopping with SpaceX with Demo 2.
I know. I thought that. I was like, man, if anyone was sad that they were missing SpaceX action, well, we just move across the Gulf of Mexico and here you go.
Yeah, okay.
I actually have a question, and I'm sure I just missed it because I joined a little bit late here. But what is the big thing that looks like a small hat on top of Starship?
Yeah, so yesterday they lifted it's basically a coil of steel that they used to build the starships. They welded the ends together and put a little container around it, and we believe it's acting as a mass simulator. Exactly why they need a mass simulator, we do not know, but we think it's a mass simulator.
Oh my goodness! So this is fascinating. Do you think it had something to do with maybe the post-static fire anomaly we saw that left those scorch marks there? Like maybe Starship lifted a little off of its umbilicals without the mass of the nose cone on it?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen 3 theories basically. The
Okay.
first theory is what you just said, which is that after that last static fire, they wanted a better way to hold it down and prevent it from, going up slightly and coming back down or whatever. The second theory is that it is meant to simulate the weight of the potential nose cone, so they have the weight and the structural loads on the tanks as they would have if they were to have a nose cone. And the third theory is that if they are going to do a 150-meter hop, they are not going to be able to fill the tanks very much because for safety reasons. So instead, they are simulating the propellant mass with a mass simulator so that they can fly the vehicle as if it was full. But the one question I have about that is we know that there was that one incident with Starship SN4 where they filled up the methane tank too much and then it collapsed because the liquid oxygen tank did not have enough pressure. So I don't know if that weight difference could be a problem if they were trying to simulate propellant load. But maybe if they keep the LOX tank pressurized, that works. I don't know.
Maybe it does. And I'm trying to think back to our conversation the last time it static fired, and I can't remember if we were talking about like Starship with a nose cone or just this silo. But didn't we do the math and realize that if you put the full prop load in, a single Raptor couldn't lift it?
Yes, I forget who did that math. There was somebody on our team. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
So I don't know what the exact purpose is, but it would be really interesting to find out. But as you've mentioned, basically every stream, SpaceX does not tell us the exact testing procedures and when they're going to test and whatnot. So we just have to watch what's happening and make predictions sometimes. But we cannot report on the specific reason for that mass simulator at this time. I'm also going to put up a picture of that mass simulator while we wait for something to happen.
Cool.
So if you missed Mary's recent video, if you're watching right now and you missed Mary's recent video, you can take a look at what it looks like. This is Mary's latest picture. 1 second. here we go. So this is what it looks like on top of Starship. And you can see that right there. So they have like this little ring around the bottom to make it kind of fit properly with that bulkhead on top. And then there's a box around the outside as well. But inside of that box are the coils that they use to build, the steel coils that they use to build the tank structure of Starship. So that is what is providing all that mass.
Gotcha. And we have a super chat here from who asked, can you explain even just a little bit how they program for a flight? What do they do from a software standpoint as we understand it? That's a great question. I mean, you know, the software elements for different flight profiles, right, are I mean, this one, from what we understand with the HOP, Michael, or at least from what I understand about it, is just to demonstrate the ability of the Raptor to lift and maintain the correct attitude, pitch, yaw, roll, everything of the vehicle up to 150 meters, hover, translate, and then come down and land. So the software in particular would be testing, it's really a Raptor and flight control system, like reaction control system test for this particular one. And then the software just kind of continues to be upgraded as everything is learned. And then they move on to the next thing, you know, like the 3-kilometer flight, the 20-kilometer flight, the whatever, you know, comes after that. But that's how I understand their software programs to be, that it's not the full flight software that's being added here for orbital flights. It's just the software for the dedicated hops and hovers and landing gear deployments.
Yeah, we haven't really heard SpaceX talk about if they're trying to do anything like super innovative with Starship's flight software that they're planning for the orbital test and may want to be testing right now. For some reason, launch providers don't often, but it's probably for proprietary reasons. They obviously don't want to like give everybody the details on their flight software, but it seems like we get a lot more details on everything else on the rocket but software. Maybe it's just because people don't ask about it as much, but software is definitely an important element for every flight, obviously. As you know, some previous events with the commercial crew program have shown us, you got to get your software right, or the hardware does not really matter. So it's obviously an important thing, but it's not something we get a lot of details on typically.
Yeah. And 10 Australian dollars, 6 American dollars there from oh man, it went away. Sorry. From Jala. Yeah, from Jala. Thank you so much for that. It came with a little emoticon of a bed, which yes, I can agree with. Just curious, Michael, how quickly did you pass out yesterday after we were done?
So I got up at, let's see, 5:30 a.m. my time, or Pacific time, to get the stream set up, which I thought wasn't that bad because I went to bed early. And then by like 8 p.m. my time, I think I was like well ready to go to bed, and I was definitely asleep by 9, which I think I didn't get like hardly any sleep. So I think I was just like emotionally drained from yesterday. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, so we got up at roughly the same time. I got up 7:30 my time, which would have been 5:30 Pacific time. And yeah, man, after the scrub, we had to wait to see what the plan would be for all of our cameras at the launch pad, whether we were going to be able to go get them or whether reset was going to be a later day. And it took about 2.5 hours for public affairs to coordinate with SpaceX and KSC security and safety before we found out that no, the reset is going to be Friday, so we could all go home. And then an hour-long drive home. And man, I tell you, after being in the hot, sweaty Florida environment all day, like a shower felt so good. But man, I was in bed and passed out by 9 p.m. Eastern.
So the cameras have to stay out there until Friday? Wow.
The cameras have to stay out there till Friday, and we can only pull or reset batteries and myops. We cannot do anything else, but they just have to sit there until Friday. So unfortunately, from NSF standpoint, what that means is that the video cameras that we set will auto write over all of the footage from yesterday. because the cameras are timed to every 48 hours right over the video files, because we always get to go out there and reset, because we're always told prepare for 48 hours. So lesson learned, and we'll have bigger memory cards next time.
I was also thinking about the rain. Like this time of year in Florida, that is a long time to be out there.
It is. Very, very thankfully, all of the cameras are protected. They have bags that are zip tied around the top of the lens of the cameras and around the base, so that water intrusion won't be a problem. But
And yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it's never ideal, but to be fair, they do warn us that our cameras could be out there for a while, so we know what we're signing up.
Yeah. Yeah. They
Damon, go ahead.
No. Sorry, that was it. I was just agreeing with you.
Damon, thank you for the membership. We appreciate the support. Ooh, we have some flare stack activity, so things are picking up now.
Okay, so if this follows the same thing, Michael, I believe the next thing we should start to see is a bunch of vapor forming around the tank farm as they start cooling things down.
Yeah, that is certainly correct. And I am really excited because we saw some venting from a little bit past the left-hand side of your screen before we went live about an hour ago. And then absolutely nothing has been happening. So I was starting to get concerned that they might not be testing today, but clearly stuff is happening.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Exactly. I'm going to Jack. Now that you're back, I'm going to stop for just a second so I can tweet out something's happening here.
Okay.
So I'm going to step away since you're back real quick.
I'm sort of back. I'm still on the call, but it's all right. Look at that flare stack, though. Yay, Michael, you're right. I was starting to question our thinking, but nope, it's flaring up big, and that's a good sign.
And it looks like DOS is tagging me in tweets right now, so I'm gonna check out what's going on.
I don't think I missed anything in that screenshot. I looked at it for like 15 minutes.
I don't see any leaks either. I think you look good.
Yeah, definitely did the leak check on that one.
Yeah, Zoom is not. I think DOS likes to say it's not meant for live streaming. Is that a fair assessment, DOS?
Well, I mean, Zoom is not meant for the way that we use it, specifically with the way we capture cameras and stuff. So this is just, I'm so impressed with the video quality that we're getting from Discord right now. It's all Stream Geek stuff, I guess. I don't want to bore anybody
if you're wondering what we're talking about, we basically pipe the live video from Mary and output you're seeing on YouTube into our video conferencing software, which in this case right now is Discord, so that the team can all see Mary's video the second we receive it, and then commentate on it as if it is happening live, so that by the time it gets to YouTube, we're not commentating on something that's already been on YouTube. So that way we can provide live commentary as things happen. So getting a very clear video through the video conferencing software is sometimes a challenge because a lot of these companies like to highly compress the video to reduce the loads on their servers, but Discord seems to provide a very high quality video. So that's nice.
Yeah, like I said, I am a nerd about all that sort of stuff. And the flare stack is going off because I'm reading Discord right now, but right in the Discord app, I can actually see the stream preview in real time. So I like this, and the quality of the video we have that we get from Zoom is usually pretty pixelated, so it's not the same as watching the stream. But when we put the video in Discord, it looks fantastic. Yeah. I'm just super impressed with the way this is. So there's still more to work out. But go ahead.
You're now seeing venting from the tank farm. If you look, there are 3 water tanks. At least I believe those 3 black tanks in front of us are water. And if you look just behind them, you can see a tiny bit of venting. So you're seeing, I don't know if it's venting or condensation, but we're definitely seeing activity start to pick up, and it looks like they are going to be proceeding into fueling or propellant loading operations shortly. So that is super exciting. And another super chat from Matt K. No questions, just thanks for the amazing coverage and hard work. We appreciate the support, Matt. That flare is really big today. That is cool. It looks like it's pretty windy. We did lose communications with Mary for a second, but if she ever is able to talk to us again, we'll have her report the status of the wind out there, because it looks like that flare is partially big, but it's also getting blown pretty hard in the wind, which may be making it appear slightly larger than normal. And I'm also seeing some more condensation and venting from more tanks out there now. So that is super good news. And again, if you have any questions in the chat, continue to tag at NASASpaceflight, and we will continue to answer them. Again, the top hat is a mass simulator on top of Starship SN4. I see a lot of comments about that because that's something new. We do not know the exact purpose of that.
Hey, I was thinking while you were talking about that, might it be something about the throttling of the engines? Like, in order to get the landing done and have less fuel in there, they needed more mass?
Yeah, that's another good theory. So now we have 4 theories.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but that's what I was thinking. It was like, if you can only deep throttle the engine so far, and throttling them all the way down isn't enough to still land the thing when it doesn't have a full load of fuel and it doesn't have the entire top half of Starship. I wonder if that has something to do with it.
Yeah.
Especially the moment thing as well. Like,
yeah, especially if they cannot fuel Starship very much for safety reasons. That definitely makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gone. Bye.
So that was the voice of DOS again. If you have not already, make sure you go to twitch.tv.com and subscribe to his or follow his Twitch channel. I'm going to throw a link to that in chat because he deserves it, even though he might not want the plug. Go support DOS.
Appreciate it, Michael. Thank you.
Very much go support DOS. Yes, very, very much.
So that tank farm is definitely picking up. Every time I look down at it, there's more than there was before. And this is the exact same sequence of events we've seen with basically every static fire test with Starship SN4 so far. First, the flare stack comes to life, then the tank farm starts venting, then Starship's top venting ports start venting. Then we'll see the vapor, or the frost, start building up on Starship. Then we'll see the condensation coming out of the bottom of the thrust section, near where that Raptor engine is. Then we'll see the liquid oxygen tank start venting from the left-hand side of the view right now towards the lower end of the vehicle. Then Mary will report a siren, which signifies that there are 10 minutes until the test is about to occur. That siren is a warning to anybody in the area that if things went wrong, there could be a loud boom. So hopefully that won't happen today. But then after the siren, we'll see the flare get big about 1 minute before the test as they get into the final pressurization of the vehicle for the static fire. And then if we're lucky, we might see the water suppression or the sound suppression system, otherwise known as a water deluge system, activate at the base of the vehicle. It is basically a fire hose that will be spraying water. Last test, the wind was so strong that it kind of blew the water away from our camera view, so we couldn't really see it. But if we see water come on, that's a sign that a static fire is going to happen, or at least be attempted within 30 seconds. And then we'll obviously see a large dust cloud and some fire as Starship ignites its Raptor engines. That's the flow of events we're looking for. On the top left-hand corner of your screen, we have a rough timeline of the major events. We're not going to have every tiny detail on that because it is really hard to say for sure if it's like the big flare or not. So we don't want to leave ourselves guessing because we are a media outlet and we have to report the facts and not be speculating too much. So we have the timeline of what we can say for certain on the left-hand side of your screen. But those details I just gave you are the things we have seen on the previous static fire tests, and other than the siren, like calling a big flare and whatnot can sometimes be a little bit hard to say for sure, but keep your eye on that flare stack.
I'm loving the flow like chart on the left there. That's nice. I'm back, by the way. I'm back. I'm actually back, I promise.
Yeah, I made that timeline for demo 2 because there's just so many events to keep track of and a crude procedure that we don't normally see. So it was definitely something that we thought was useful to keep you all informed, as the first crewed launch attempt occurred yesterday from the U.S. since 2011, unless you're including, Virgin Galactic's suborbital tests, which, suborbital is it's not easy, but it's compared to going to orbit, it's a lot easier. And you can also debate all you want whether Virgin Galactic is really reaching space or not.
Man, I used to get annoying business calls on the phone all the time when I'm on these streams because I stepped away and I came back and there's venting from the farm like crazy. There's a giant flare. Activity is really picking up here. This is great.
You know, Jack, that's the same thing I experienced yesterday. Like, no one ever calls me during the day, but yesterday when I needed my phone to be on the Zoom call for the launch, call, and it was like, stop it, go back to normal.
And speaking
that's no exaggeration. I've gotten 4 calls this morning. 2 of them were unlisted and one just said no caller ID. And it's just, what? I don't ever get phone calls. It's weird to even call this thing a smartphone. It's like a internet communicator. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, so go figure. Of course, today's the day I get a whole bunch of boring phone calls, but glad I answered. That was important. So thanks for hopping in on the call here, and thanks, Michael, for covering for me.
Yeah, Christy is definitely a big help right now because commentating a multi-hour live stream by yourself is not the easiest thing in the world. I know DOS does that basically every day, but he's a professional. Was that somebody coughing?
I think it's the person who's not here. It's the ghost. It's the ghost.
Do.
I see it and it's like, oh wow, getting prepped for a marathon 4-hour live stream, and I'm like, what? A marathon 4-hour live stream?
You're like, how cute.
I will give the SpaceX and NASA teams credit though for a live stream from launch docking. That I think even DOS might agree is a marathon live stream. I think
yeah.
That's
absolutely.
Probably like 26 hours total at least. So that is impressive.
Yeah, that's in the number of people involved in those live streams. That's a lot of people working together for a long time. So,
and now imagine when NASA used to do that 24/7 for 15, 16, and 17-day space shuttle missions, nonstop.
Nice.
Yeah.
I just dig stuff like that. It's so cool the way you organize the timing and everything to make sure everything happens. That really is cool.
The people on those teams at the end of it, they had to have felt so exhausted, but also simultaneously so satisfied.
Oh yes. Yeah.
I hope for Artemis 1, there's going to be nonstop coverage from launch through Orion splashdown, and we'll get like live views of it flying around the moon.
I would hope so. At the very least, I would hope for live continuous downlink of external and internal cams from Orion.
That would be cool, because it has been way too long since we got live views of a spaceship or a spacecraft flying around the moon.
Right.
But I mean, hopefully, speaking of moon,
farm's really picking up.
Yeah, speaking of moon spacecraft, as of I guess earlier this month or late last month, you are now looking at one of NASA's upcoming lunar lander contenders. 3 companies were chosen for the first round of contracts, and among them was Starship. And we'll find out end of this year, early next year, if it ends up being one of the final selections. But it is very possible that this Starship vehicle could be used for NASA's Artemis program to help return humans to the moon. So that is super exciting. And
It's
obviously
kind
one
of
that
really
happens.
mind-boggling to think about. If you imagine watching, I don't know, Neil Armstrong on the lunar landing simulator, or any sort of early moon hardware from the Apollo era being tested. I mean, we're sort of watching the 21st century equivalent of that potentially. Obviously, it hasn't been selected yet, but it could be. And that's that's something to wrap your head around. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Oh, and it was just like, and what was even more mind-boggling for me was that, you know, these contract awards come out, and they're only phase one contracts, right? It's not a full contract to actually build it. But a lot of the phase 1 contract, which will run for 10 months, involves testing. And it was like 3 or 4 days after winning that contract that they static fired for the first time. So we were literally watching a moon ship be static fired the first time Starship did it. It was incredible.
Yeah, I had just done research that week a little bit on the space shuttle main engines for NSF Live, and one of the things that I came across was that, oh gosh, I hope I'm remembering this correctly now, because Crispy is going to flog me if I get shuttle stuff wrong. I think Pratt and Whitney or Aerojet Rocketdyne, I guess it must have been Aerojet Rocketdyne, did a demonstration of the integrated power head for the shuttle main engines, either just before or just after they were selected. And that was one of those things where it was sort of like a show of force, you know, like, look how far along we are. We can already demonstrate the power head. And it sort of felt like that too when we saw Starship do that static fire right after that selection, and learning about Moonship, because it felt like a show of force. You know what I mean? It's one thing to say we're going to do this and this is our timeline. It's another thing to say we're going to do this, and by the way, we took our first step towards it 6 months ago, and our 4th step is tomorrow. You know, that's quite something, and there's something to be said for that.
And and oh, by the way, it'll fly in a month. You know, the timeline is amazing. I mean, the timeline is amazing. I'm laughing because I love it. Like, we are no longer in the day of like multi-decade long processes for things.
No, and I love to do this. I love to do this so much. So in your head, extrapolate. I guess extrapolate is probably the wrong word. In your head, go back 10 years. 10 years ago, or even just like 8 years ago. Go back in your head to 2012. Rockets weren't being landed. You know, smartphones were barely a thing. This is so then extrapolate now 10 years from now. I mean, when did SpaceX first land their booster? What was it? 2016, 2015, something like that?
December 2015.
2015. Okay. So in the last 5 years, we have begun landing rockets, and it's gotten to the point where it's practically it's not boring, it's practically expected of rocket companies. When, you know, you see people on Twitter and on social media saying, oh, you're going to land this one, or they get mad when a rocket is extended. So 5 years, just 5 short years, Falcon 9 has made so much progress, an insane amount of progress. So then 5 years from now, think to yourself, where could, given the rate that we know they're going at, where could Starship be in 5 years? Where do you, in your head, think, given what we know, Starship would be in 5 years? And when you think about that, given where we were 5 years ago, that's just, oh man, it's like mouth-watering. I know it's not a food, but I'm just like, I'm so excited thinking about that, and I sort of wish I could press a fast forward button. And that is why I say Mars 2030, because it sounds crazy, but I really think, I mean, in the next decade, we should be able to get to Mars by 2030. Mars 2030, let's do it.
Now, what's interesting there, Jack, and I'm interested in your thoughts on this, is when you say Mars 2030, do you mean you think Mars 2030 is when SpaceX would succeed in landing humans on Mars, or like when a Starship would make its first landing on Mars?
I think we should. It is if the universe goes okay, and the human race doesn't just completely collapse, and I'm allowed to be optimistic for the future for a short, brief, fleeting moment, we should have boots on Mars by 2030. That's completely possible.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think, okay, so the Mars interplanetary windows are 2020, 2022, 2025, I believe, is because of how it jumps 26 months. I would say the late 2024, early 2025 Mars window. I'm not exactly sure where it falls, but I would be beyond shocked if 2 Mars cycles from now we weren't sending a few starships to try the landing.
Yeah, definitely uncrewed in the 2024, 2025 timeframe. Absolutely, I see that. And then what would be the next one after that? Like like 2028, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, because I think it's the 2024, 2025 window that jumps to the odd, from the even number years to the odd. So then it would be 2027, 2029.
Okay, got it.
Something like that, yeah, because it's
yeah,
every
so
26. Someone just figured it out. It's 2022, 24, 27, 29, and 31. So there you go.
I'm going to call it right now, just based on Tim Dodd and some other people I know's affinity for the number 27. I don't know why, but it's just one of those numbers that pops up everywhere. I know it's a psychological thing. I think it's called a Badoff minor effect or something like that, where you see something everywhere because you're looking for it subconsciously. Anyways, number 27 is everywhere. I mean, just look at yesterday, it was the 27th. So I'm going to say the 2027 window is when we send humans to Mars. And I hope I am correct.
Interesting. Okay.
You can put me in for a SpaceX bet.
I would go, I would be slightly more conservative with that and say the 2027 window might be when we pre-position a lot of stuff for humans, and then 2029 when we actually attempt at the earliest, if everything, like you said, like if everything goes
fair,
perfect.
I'm not doing 2027 based on logic and rational thinking. I'm doing it because I want it to be 2027.
Because you want it to be 2027.
Get there by 2030. If they do 2029 for the staging, or the 2027 for the staging, then 2029 they'd be on their way to Mars and maybe get there 2030, or like they'd get there 2031. So I'm selfishly, not logically, going with. I think you're right, is what I'm saying. Yes, I agree with you, but I want you to be wrong because I'm selfish.
Well, and I think too, one of those things is we say, oh, the Mars windows are every 26 months, but the beauty of the Starship design is they can test the atmospheric reentry systems that we'll need for entry, descent, and landing on Mars. They can be doing that every single day here on Earth for the next 9 years if they want to. So it's, yes, Mars is, and I'm not saying Mars is easy. Mars is incredibly hard. I mean, it's only something like only 46 or 47% of the missions we have sent to that planet as a race have or as a species have succeeded.
Okay, sorry, I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
We just saw venting from the top of the vehicle. It was a really small vent, and you would only get to see it if you knew where to look. If you look about 2 rings down, there's a small black dot, and occasionally there's a small white puff coming from that vent. The gas is coming out straight towards the camera, so it only looks like a small white dot, but it does look like we are entering propellant loading operations, so I will update our timeline.
Is that a vent at the very bottom too, right down there?
I think so, yeah.
Oh no, that's like I'm not sure exactly what that was, but that's been there. It looks like a reflection or something. I'm looking back.
It could also be like where the prop lines go in, and that can be cooled down and
might be a
condensating
pipe
itself.
or something. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. Mars is extremely, extremely hard. As I'm not saying it's easy, but the things that humans can do when they put their minds to it.
Sorry. I was going to put that up quickly because we have a lot of questions in chat about the mass simulator.
Yes.
That is it. That's what it looks like, and
that's the thing on top.
You can see there's 2 coils.
Cool.
So they just put a box around that, basically a metal box.
Yeah.
But Jack, and I think one of the things that makes me think, yes, Mars is incredibly hard, but it's not in any way impossible by the end of the decade. Look, like we the commercial crew program was the rallying cry for this decade, right? In U.S. space politics, and SpaceX's rise throughout all of that. And what's wrong with someone just coming out and making a Kennedy-esque declaration at the beginning of the 2020s saying by the end of the decade, we will put humans on Mars, and we're going to commit ourselves to this, and we're going to do it because
that is my
Apollo and the
intention
moon
with
were yeah, go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, like, because Apollo and the moon were almost technologically impossible when we said, we're going to do this. I mean, at that point, only Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard had been in space when that declaration was made.
It's my direct intention with the Mars 2030 rhetoric that, it's meant to be that sort of proclamation. And I wish we had that sort of leadership and that sort of will as a people, as a world, because we could do it. We could totally do it. And I know there's plenty of people that would say, why go to Mars or why go into space? We have plenty of problems to deal with here at home and global warming and et cetera. And I don't mean to discount the many varied and deep and terrible problems that we have on this planet, but I submit that potentially one of the ways to solve those problems is to head further out into the solar system and
is to move to a different
know
planet.
ourselves better in that way. Have you ever gone on a really long road trip with some friends you thought you were friends with, or you thought maybe like, I'm not really into these people, but then by the end of the road trip, you were thick as thieves, and you all got along, and you were a unit, and everybody had a role, and one guy was like the navigator person, and one person was like figuring out what the cool food place to go to was. Like, that sort of stuff brings people together.
Yeah.
So I hope that we can get to Mars. Anyways, I'll stop rambling. Look at the Starship.
Yeah, and we had a good super chat question, I thought, which was kind of connected to our previous discussion about getting cameras out there to get people excited. The question is, do you think that modern rocket companies should invest more in PR and publicity? Example, more HD cams, more details, coverage, and drone footage, etc.
I don't know if I should answer this. It's probably like conflict of interest because it's what I do, but yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think
go ahead.
I was going to say, I think when like somebody says rocket companies should invest more in PR, a lot of times companies see that and go, okay, yes, we will spend more money on advertising. But advertising is not really what gets people excited about space, and it costs a lot of money. So this is a personal rant, but I don't understand why a lot of companies do not understand that they don't need to put up like high production value ads and like hype videos and whatnot. All you need to do is put HD cameras and cool footage online for people to consume. You don't have to spend all this money on like really high quality. Like, people don't want to see ads. They want to see launches live with lots of HD cams and live views on the rocket. That's what gets people excited. It's not like some billboard on the side of the road.
Perfect example. I see so many ads, especially on Twitter for some reason, for various large defense contractors, because I post a lot of photos of fighter jets and I post a lot of photos of rockets and various hardware. So the algorithm has figured out, show this guy defense contractor ads. And a lot of them are very like slick looking. Like I know that costs many thousands of dollars for an ad agency to produce, but it's not eye-catching, and it sort of makes the company look like an outsider and an other. And if they just had some really cool footage of that, whatever piece of hardware they're trying to talk about in the ad, just a quick video of that piece of hardware doing its job or whatever, I might look at that and think, oh, that's really cool, versus a sort of a slick over marketed image that sort of it doesn't catch your eye. It just blends in with all the other ads that you see. So yeah, I do wish that rocket companies and very, any company would see the value in producing content the way that it is producing content for the way that it's consumed today. Like, look at what ULA does. I mean, they produce those Tory time lapses, and they produce such great stuff on for their social media game, and it's really a polar opposite in a lot of ways, and a lot of the times, to what you would see from other companies. And it's more in like what SpaceX does, where they release a lot of footage and they're just kind of open about it. I mean, I love seeing Vulcan get made. I love seeing all the crazy footage that SpaceX releases. So I just think it just shows, like, people want to know what your companies are doing, and they want to be excited about it. And the best way to get them excited is to show them what you're doing. The exact opposite of what you should do is hide what they're doing. And people will understand if there's accidents. People will understand if there's explosions. I mean, exactly what we're doing here today just goes to show you. There's been Starship anomalies. There's been crazy things happening in Texas, and people are forgiving of it, and people understand. When you move fast, you break things. And this is why you test, and all of the other fun space idioms that we like to say, because you don't get anywhere if you don't try. And I'm all fired up now.
Okay,
yes,
hang on.
Companies should spend more on PR.
But hang on, because I mean, what you said, yes, is true, but not all space companies like SpaceX and United Launch Alliance have engines that they can show to the public. Some space companies like Northrop Grumman are major defense contractors and can't show some of that stuff because it's the same testing equipment or same hardware and same iterations for classified government operations. So some
totally
space organizations can't do that. And in that case, advertising is a good way for them to show what they're working on.
Okay.
And
all
also,
right, voice of reason.
No, but I'm saying it. But my larger point there is it depends on which of those categories you fall into, because I would 100% agree. SpaceX and ULA, they don't need to advertise their services. Just show us the video, right? Show us all the really cool stuff. That's great. But for the companies that can't do that because of classified government work, then yes, do the others, because I still want to know you're there and what you're working on.
But like,
yeah, absolutely. There's a place for. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, even with ULA does a very good job. They've gotten a lot better at putting out like videos and content and being super open. Like, ever since Tory took over ULA, things have gotten so much better in that regard. He does a really great job. If I had one like suggestion for improvement for ULA, like, ULA still spends, I don't know how much money, but they definitely still spend money on ads and PR and whatnot. So, like, in my opinion, if they would just spend that money on making sure they had live views and more live cameras on the rockets, that would go farther than what they do right now.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're probably broaching into the
okay. What do you want to help with,
like Chris is talking about, because it's their defense contractors.
Is there a technical reason that I'm not noticing?
No. I will help any rocket company put more live cameras on their rocket.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. And we're I have.
Oh, please don't throw me in that briar patch.
That's why
I interpreted that the exact same way. Like, what does Michael need help with? Wait, what? What are we doing wrong?
Sorry. I have to interrupt. I'm interrupting. We have venting from the liquid oxygen tank now, which is a very good sign.
Oh, yes, we do.
Excellent.
And we do have more super chats. Sorry, we're giving like really long, in-depth answers to everything, which is in some ways a good thing. It also means we sometimes fall behind. So thank you for the new membership. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce your name, but thank you for the new membership. Happy Hacking Video Blog says there's a talk from 2017 on YouTube titled "Building Real-Time Systems with Basil with SpaceX." Yes, that is a great video if you're interested in flight software or software approaches, at least at rocket companies. Search for that video. SpaceX did a talk about that. I have seen that video, and it is pretty interesting, so I recommend that. VJ says, "Hey guys, ice cream for Mary from Germany. Can you make a guess on the net weight of the mass simulator?" We were talking about that earlier. all we can say is that it's super heavy because they had to bring out the biggest crane they have to lift it, but we don't know the exact rate.
I'm still riled all up about the PR question. Yes, we all would love to shoot your rocket. You asked a bunch of people who love to photograph rockets if they would like to photograph more rockets. Yes, we would all love to photograph more rockets. That would be awesome.
What I absolutely love for everyone listening, this is exactly like how conversations with the whole team go when we're in like Airbnbs for launches, and we'll move on to something else, and Jack will come back and go, I'm still fired up about this though, like, and make a very passionate plea.
I mean, if I'm going to make one more comment on that topic, I would just say there are some companies who do a great job, like SpaceX, obviously, who put out a lot of content and have really informative webcasts and whatnot. There are companies like Northrop Grumman who have reasons that prevent them from being able to do that, which are perfectly valid excuses. And then there are also some companies, like I'm not going to call out any companies in particular because I don't know the specific reasons behind them. They may have that valid excuses I'm not aware of, but I mean, from my opinion, there is certainly a couple of companies that should be doing a better job or could be doing a better job in terms of how they communicate with the public. But hopefully, as things progress and a lot of these companies start to operate rockets on a more regular basis, we'll start to get more great content from them as well. But certainly when companies are in the test and development phase, a lot of them don't want to be as open. And that is fair. I can totally see why that is. But I mean, I think in terms of getting the public excited about what you're doing, if you don't tell them what you're doing, it's less likely for them to get excited about it.
Correct. Yeah, I agree with everything you said. It's just we're all spoiled. We want to see cool stuff. Show us cool stuff. Let us shoot your cool stuff for you.
But back to Starship. Mary has just reported a 10-minute siren.
Oh, 10 minutes.
All right.
Woo! All right.
Okay.
Here we go.
Set a timer, everybody.
Okay, so Todd, thank you for the new membership. Dog, thank you for the math simulator question. Yes, we think it's a math simulator. And Dale, thank you for the super chat. That is the last super chats that we're going to take until after the static fire. I have a list on my screen, so if we miss anything, I will come back to it. But for now, we're going to fully focus on Starship because we are under 10 minutes now from a static fire attempt, the fourth static fire, hopefully, with Starship SN4, and the first with a mass simulator on top. So this is super exciting.
Super, super exciting. And so we have the clock. We have your fantastic clock overlay. So if you are watching that at home, it would be at 12:59 p.m. is when we're expecting static. So roughly just over 9 minutes to go, based on the stopwatch that I set when we got the alarm from Mary there. Coming up on 9 minutes on my mark, because I get to do this as I'm stalling for time, mark. Roughly. To be precise with my rough measurement.
Yeah, just if you're tuning in, we know it's not ideal not having Mary able to talk on Discord properly. We're experimenting with the new location, as Das was talking about earlier. And the cell service seems to be a bit more patchy there. But the good news is we did solve the external battery issue, so we can now power this camera without battery swaps and whatnot. So we are making lots of progress, and I think this cell service problem with Mary not being able to communicate is clearly the next hurdle that we have to get over, but we are continuing to make progress, and with each additional stream, you will see us continue to improve the production value of these streams. But again, Mary did report a 10-minute siren over text, so that is super good news.
Yeah, Michael,
Yep,
that's literally we just got to get Mary a Verizon hotspot that she can connect her phone to for this position. That's literally what I'm working on right now.
So there you go. DOS is already on it. So we will have a solution for that eventually.
Do you hear some kind of ghosty sort of astral voice of something? It was sort of weird. That was a bad joke. Never mind. So yeah, here we go. If you are just joining us, we are not expecting a hop. We are expecting a static fire. This will be the 4th static fire for Starship SN4 and the 2nd static fire for Raptor SN20. We are currently looking like we are, I want to say 7.5 minutes from potential static fire. So thanks for joining us. We are moments away. If you have any questions, we'll try and get to those at some point. Right now, we're just going to be focusing on the events at hand, but please do feel free to ask those in chat there. And we are not ignoring your memberships and super chats. We will get to those. Again, we are focusing on the events at hand here, which appears to be a prop loading or loaded Starship SN4 with a little top hat on top there, as our managing editor, Chris Bergen, said. But yeah, it's a mass simulator. We're not quite sure what the dynamics of that mass simulator up there are going to be, but clearly it's up there and they're going to static fire. So let's cross our fingers and hope that everything goes great.
And if
Look
you
at
have
that, we got a lot
not,
of.
I was going to say, if you have not watched the static fire live before, the first thing we're going to look for now is that flare on the right-hand side, the flare stack, to get pretty big. That usually happens about a minute before the static fire. And then if we're lucky, we might be able to see the water deluge system activate at the pad. It's basically a fire hose that's going to spray some water. Sometimes the wind blows it off camera, though, so we can't really see it.
And actually, I got to see the last 2 days the Starship launch pad they're building inside 39A at the Kennedy Space Center, and they have the water deluge system pipes in place now. Those things are massive. Massive, let me tell you. So, yeah.
39A, when they get that pad in there, I mean, one launch complex with multiple pads, a Starship pad, and or I should say a Starship super heavy pad. I guess the whole stack is called Starship too. My head hurts. But yes, that's going to be one insane looking launch facility.
Yeah.
All right, so we are about 5 minutes away, we think, based on the 10-minute siren that Mary reported hearing roughly 5 minutes ago. Look at that, I can do math. So here we go. The vehicle should be, in theory, pressing up its tanks. I would expect it to be either fully prop loaded or close at this point. And it's just going to go through the checks that they have to make sure they're ready to go. I assume the temperatures and everything have to be within certain ranges. And if everything's green in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds, I will stop flapping my gums. Well before then, of course, and we will see this thing static fire.
And just a reminder, this is testing. Out of the 3 previous static fire attempts, 2 of them have been scrubbed. So there's no guarantee that they're actually going to be able to static fire. Right now, they're going to be going through all their final checkouts and making sure that everything is perfect for a test today. And I know we said we weren't going to mention super chats and super stickers and whatnot, but Michael Clary, thank you so much. That's super generous and definitely helps us improve the production quality of these streams. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Yeah.
Seriously, thank you. That's amazing. Okay. When I see the venting coming off the left side there and the little puffs that it does, I just get so excited. I don't know what it means, but I've seen it so many times now with this vehicle in particular, and Starhopper. It's just like, it's breathing. The vehicle is ready. It is waiting. It is alive. I'm excited. And we're coming up on, according to my stopwatch here, 3 minutes to go.
And hopefully, if you remember last time, they had an issue where the Raptor took out a ground support equipment attachment point to the rocket, and they had to basically let the propellant tanks boil off the residual propellant. And that took well over a day. The rocket was just sitting on the pad, and no crew could approach the vehicle, and the road was closed. So hopefully they will have a good static fire this afternoon, combined with a safe nominal detanking operations. So this road can get reopened shortly, and they can get this vehicle configured for the next batch of testing. We do believe that there's a potential for multiple static fires in the next couple of days, based on the road closures and whatnot. And then the hop attempt is currently scheduled for no earlier than Monday. So that
And
is
do we? Oh, sorry, Michael. When you say multiple hops over the next few days, do you
Oh,
mean?
sorry, I meant
like,
static fires. Is
Oh,
that what I
static
said?
fires. Yes.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, no. You totally said static fire. I said the wrong word. Multiple static fires. Do we mean multiple static fires per day, or just every day we could have one static fire?
I'm not sure, but the window tomorrow is a lot longer than the window today. It's from 6 a.m.
Okay.
to 2 p.m. So we haven't seen that yet, but I mean, anything's possible with SpaceX. So we'll see what happens. But they can certainly recycle in that time. Like in a in a window that long, they definitely have time to potentially do two static fires. It's just a matter of if they want to return to the pad and do significant inspections before they would do another attempt. That's the part I am not sure about, so we'll have to wait and see.
Gotcha. And
Coming
Jack,
up
how are
on
we doing
15
on time?
seconds, I think. 15 seconds or so, based on my timer, potentially.
Well, we haven't seen the big flare yet, so it's probably going to
No.
maybe be longer than that, but I don't know. And like the sirens are not to the second accurate, so it could be a little bit longer.
Correct. This is
So
sort of like
about a minute if everything's gone right. Then something in there.
Yeah.
We just hit 10:59, which was my initial estimate. So yeah, hopefully sometime in the next minute.
Okay, we have audio from Mary for a bit there. Let's see if that holds. And things continue. The main thing I'm just looking for is we don't want to see a ton of venting from the vehicle, because that was the sign for the two previous attempts at scrub. That's what happened. And we have not seen that yet. So all indications are that they are still going for a static fire any minute now.
If they're going for top of the hour, we have 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. I just wanted to see if that would work. It didn't. I don't know if you can tell.
I'm also looking to see if we can see any water. I'm not seeing it yet, but again, the wind for the last attempt blew the water in a way that we could not see it when they turned on the water deluge system. But the wind is definitely quite strong today if you look at that flare stack. And I should also mention they often have built-in hold points. We saw that with Starhopper during the hop. They had hold points within 10 minutes. So it's very possible that they could be holding for some sort of issue right now and still being able to resume the countdown and static fire within a few minutes. So if it takes a couple minutes longer, that could be what's happening. But again, SpaceX does not provide real-time updates on these tests, so we just have to watch and see what happens.
It's interesting that we're not seeing a lot of frost on the vehicle.
I think I see 2 rings around the top and bottom of the methane tank, but certainly during this daytime testing, we've not seen the frost buildup that we've seen during the nighttime testing.
It does make sense. The sun out there is no joke. Just look at all the heat distortion coming off the ground.
The fact that it's still venting gaseous oxygen there is indication that the tank is not pressurized for ignition.
Yeah, correct. We should see that cut off or stop venting too for a couple seconds at least before they static fire. And so we wait. I'm just checking to make sure. Okay, we have no additional updates to Mary, so hopefully all is still good. I'm going to ask her over text if the SpaceXers are still watching. That's another sign we've seen over the past couple of the past couple of tests, is that all the SpaceXers at Boca Chica come out to watch when they're about to static fire, and then if something gets scrubbed, we see them walk away, and that's usually a good signal that the test has ended. But again, we have not seen venting from those top 2 venting areas like we have in the past. So
Oh, there we
there's
go.
a little bit of venting now, but
Because
that's not the consistent venting that we've seen when they detank. So I think we're probably still okay.
Let's start counting.
Yeah,
number
that wasn't
happens.
that wasn't a detank, but it was like the guy in the booth, like, oh, Michael's saying it's not venting from up there. Push the vent from up there button. Definitely trolling us. All right, so yeah, it appears that we're in some kind of hold. Vehicle appears to be fueled but not pressed. Tank farm activity has died down, so that's why I'm saying it appears to be fueled. Doesn't seem like there's any active tanking going on, so now we just wait.
We heard those sirens at 12:50 local time, so we're now 3 minutes past. If they were doing the siren at the exact minute, it was supposed to be a 10-minute warning, so they're obviously about 3 minutes over, but we don't know exactly how precise they are in communicating, that SpaceX is in communicating to the police department when to have a police cruiser drive through Boca Chica village with the sirens blazing. So it's unclear how precise that is, but the longer this goes on without any signs of detanking, the more likely it is that they have entered a built-in hold of some sort as they attempt to get all the conditions right for a static fire.
It's got to be happy. If it's not happy, it's not going to go.
And again, like
that,
not just the methane flare stack that we're seeing there, not doing its big, whoosh blowout thing there. At 1 minute, it's also still venting gaseous oxygen if you're just joining us, and those vent valves would have to be closed in order for the tank to be pressurized before we could get to Raptor engine ignition. So another good indication that we're not that close to a static fire right now, but likely in some type of hold.
I was optimistic. I try to be optimistic sometimes, even to a fault. Even though I am at heart pessimistic. I was hoping that maybe we weren't seeing the flare do its large standard like 1 minute or 2 minute away thing, just because it's so windy. But yeah, definitely haven't seen that. And yeah, definitely not pressed still. Chat is going ham right now, just trying to do their own countdowns in hopes of making something happen, and it's just utter madness.
And if you're wondering about the testing window today, it lasts until 2 p.m. Central Time. At least that's what they told the residents. But they do have flight restrictions consistently nonstop through June 5th. So if they had to go past 2 p.m., we have seen them go longer than planned with their local road closures before. It's usually the flight restrictions that are the key thing that prevents them from extending a window. But given that the flight restrictions already go well past today's window, if they had to, it is possible that we could see testing past 2 p.m. So they still have time here. So we'll wait and see what happens.
Us wait and see what happens? Never.
I mean, it's also possible that, like the siren or some other kind of police activity and whatnot. You never know. But it did seem to me like that siren occurred. I'm trying to go back and there's a big flare. Look.
Hey.
So here we go. Let's see.
Okay, now watch for that gaseous oxygen. Yeah. Here we go.
Let's see if we see any water. Again, we might not see water, so that's not necessarily a bad sign if we don't see it.
That is a huge flare. And look, it's is that spitting gaseous methane, and then it's igniting partway through because of the wind? That just looks so cool. I don't know how nominal that is, but it looks
There's
cool.
venting from the top now.
All right.
This might not be good in terms of the
We got a
static
double vent
fire,
from
but
the
we don't
top.
know for sure.
I thought we
Could
saw
be
that
detanking.
before.
We've seen puffs from the top two, and even longer puffs from the top two. But this is a sustained. This is very sustained. Like, that doesn't look great.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, this is what I remember seeing on the.
Oh.
Let's see what happens. We don't. Again, we're just
We're at a
telling you what we're
minute.
seeing. We have
we're at
no
a minute.
official information.
We're at 1 minute 10 seconds out from Big Flare, and Mary just told us in our Discord there's a lot of SpaceXers out there watching, so I'm hopeful.
Let's see what happens.
Yep, 1:22 right now from Big Flare, so
And
potentially around 30 seconds to go if it's a 2-minute flare situation.
It's also possible that they're doing a different test sequence than they have in the past, so
Precisely, yes.
not necessarily going to be the same thing every time.
Yep, yeah, it's always a little bit of
No venting from the left now.
Yep.
Here we go.
That could be good.
The oxygen
10 seconds.
tank has been closed. That's good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, darn. It's like when you're at a red light and you try and say green.
Okay,
Green.
no venting anywhere in the vehicle right now.
Yep. No. That would be good.
2 minutes, 20 seconds since large flare.
Still looking for any signs of water.
2 minutes, 30.
That flare is still. Woo.
It blasting. 2 minutes, 40.
Another
50.
vent now.
That's 3 minutes since the flare. This looks good though. It's not, we don't have a sustained double vent from up top, and we've closed off the bottom left. So it appears the vehicle is pressing or pressed. So if you're just joining us, we're not expecting a hop, we're expecting a static fire. This will be SN4's 4th static fire. This will be the 2nd static fire of Raptor engine SN20. The first 2 static fires on SN4 were with Raptor engine SN18. And we are currently 3 minutes and 40 seconds away from the flare getting much larger. And there's a double vent up top. Still looking good. 3 minutes, 50 seconds from a large flare, which could mean nothing. This is the sort of voodoo we engage in at times like this. I apologize. And 4 minutes.
This is definitely the largest. Typically, based on the past static fires, the static fires occurred much sooner with the flare getting that big. But again, this could be a totally different test sequence that they're running through today, which could be one of the reasons why they are doing a 4th static fire. So there you go.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Wasn't it the case that one of the static fires was just from the standard tanks, and one of the static fires was from the header tanks? So they're doing different types of static fires. That's totally the case.
Yeah.
Good point. Coming up on 10 seconds from 5 minutes from Big Flare, which I'll just stop noting that at this point. Sorry.
Note it once it happens, and then we'll have data on that.
I just reset my stopwatch. Whoops.
Good job, Jack.
I'll just know it's +5, right? Because I said we were coming up on 5. So this is how I'm good at this. I'm good at my job.
And I mean, for the pop, when they do that in a couple of days, they will have to have the vehicle detached for ground support equipment for a while it's flying. So that could be another thing they want to test, is just is having the vehicle at flight pressure for a longer period of time. But again, we don't know. But there are certainly there are different things they want to test, and that's why we've seen them do different static fires.
That is an excellent point, Michael. Yep. I mean, this might even be a test of like how long it would have to be pressurized for the 20-kilometer hop.
Okay, we have an important update from Mary. SpaceXers are leaving, which means most likely they have called off the static fire attempt, and we now wait to see if they will recycle.
It looks like a lot of people have joined to see this thing static fire. We have 7,200 watching right now.
Wow.
Which, thank you everybody for joining in. We really appreciate you guys watching and joining with us here. And really thank you to Mary for being out there in the heat. It's insanely hot, as you can tell by all the wavy air. So thank you, Mary, for being out there and for bringing us these views so much. We really, really appreciate it. And again, if you're just joining us, we're hoping to see a static fire of SN4. We are unclear if that's going to happen, but we do know from Mary on the ground there that the SpaceXers are leaving the checkpoint. So normally, you know, if something cool is going to happen, you would expect them to want to watch. But we just want to say thanks for joining us, and you know, we really appreciate you guys watching along. A whole bunch of cool stuff can still happen. And that's the nature of what's going on here, and that's why we tune in and watch, because we don't know what's going to happen next. And just as I say that, the vehicle starts to vent. So if you liked what you're seeing and you appreciate Mary bringing you these views, hit the like button, say thanks in chat. We really appreciate you guys tuning in so much.
What I was about to say, and then we saw the venting stop, was that the sequence where the flare got big and then the two venting areas at the top of the vehicle had a pretty long sustained vent. It's the exact same thing we have now seen on the past 3 static fire aborts. I just didn't remember that then getting cut off for a while. I remembered it being more sustained for a longer period of time, but it does look like, again, based on the SpaceXers leaving, that what we saw was a 3rd aborted static fire. With Raptor SN20 so far, this is the 5th attempt at a static fire. They've had, this is the 4th attempt at a static fire. They've had 3 aborts and 1 static fire. So it's a new vehicle with a relatively new engine. Raptor is still an engine that's getting rapidly iterated on and constantly improved. There's a lot of moving variables, a lot of things that can go wrong, and they're obviously not going to attempt a static fire unless all the parameters are correct. So patience is needed with this kind of testing. And
yeah, there's a lot of ins, there's a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous. That's a Big Lebowski reference. You didn't get it, but it's okay.
So basically, to go back to Jack's fishing analogy, what we saw was the fish bite the hook and then get away from us.
Yeah, I guess. I don't like that, though. I don't like that at all.
But we definitely did not catch a fish yet. But again, we don't know if they are able to recycle. The window does end at 2 p.m., which might make things a bit tight. But again, they are known to extend windows in Boca Chica. So we'll have to wait and see what they do.
Sorry, I didn't mean to dump on your extension of the fishing analogy. I'm sorry. I got sensitive with my analogies. I'm very possessive.
It's okay, Jack. I'm not crying yet. Okay, but anyways, while we wait to see what's going to happen, I will go back to our super chats that we've missed. Bob Sampson, thank you for the new membership. And Mr. Showtime, thank you for the $2. We appreciate the support. And again, if you have any questions in chat, tag at NASASpaceflight, and we will do our best to answer. And in terms of what we expect to see now, there's pretty much two things that can happen from here, at least, unless something unexpected happens. The first would be that they fully detank the vehicle and we see the pad teams return to the pad. If that happens, you'll see cars driving across our frame right now. There is a road that runs through that grassy area in front of our camera. And the other option is that they just move into recycle operations and go for another test sometime in the next hour or so. So we'll have to see which option they go with. And stay tuned. We will stay live as long as there's action happening.
Indeed. I don't know what it is about the mass simulator being up at the top, but it really, it just completely changes the look of the vehicle.
David Ranson says, needed to see venting at base. Engine cooling for static fire. We did not see any. That's an interesting point. I didn't see too much either, but I think in general, we have not seen a lot of frost and condensation on the vehicles today. And I think that might be slightly, like, I'm not an expert on how condensation builds up and whatnot, but I think the Texas heat and that strong wind may be helping to make that condensation. It's not building up as much as it usually does. It's usually at that night testing that we typically see a lot more frost and condensation. Based on the sirens going off, they definitely were within 10 minutes of a static fire at one point, and we should have seen condensation building up from the engine well before that if they were really going for static fire. So I think they really were going for static fire. It's just that with all that haze and heat reflection and the weather conditions currently, we were not able to see that condensation. But I definitely think the base of Starship was quite cold at that point.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I guess I would agree with that statement. Yes.
Thank you for the endorsement, Jack. I'm trying to go back and watch the previous reports now on our YouTube channel, but if I remember correctly, we did see more venting from the top two vents after they aborted. Do you agree with that, Jack?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a full detank, that's for sure. I mean, I feel like the vehicle is still fairly loaded up.
So maybe they will recycle. We don't know. Again, as we've been saying, you just have to stay tuned and watch what happens because this is a test campaign and there are no official updates on what's happening. So all we can do is observe and use the prior tests as reference points as to try to guess what's happening. But I definitely would not tune out yet. I think there's still a chance of a static fire today, and it's better safe than sorry. So if you want to make sure you don't miss anything, don't leave yet.
Yeah, it's like we were fishing and the fish didn't bite the hook or got away or something.
That's a great analogy, Jack.
Mary,
I came up with that, not anybody else. What
Sorry,
Chris
what were you saying? Were you saying something, Chris?
Oh, yes. Mary just posted in our Discord that all SpaceXers have left.
Okay.
Maybe they're getting lunch.
And remember, everybody, the SpaceXers are working about 500 feet or less from that roadblock. So that does not necessarily mean that it's scrubbed. They're just going back to work. And if there were to be another attempt today, they could very easily return. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, it would just be a short walk back over here. Not something we like to see, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, I'm just going back from that previous board. The one thing that is nice today is there is some haze, but compared to the heat distortion, but compared to the previous attempts we've seen, it's actually not quite as bad today. I don't know if it's possibly slightly better because of this different location or not, but the previous static. fires have had much more heat distortion during the daytime.
Don't ever say it's better though, because now it'll get worse.
I mean, it's already 122 though, so
Yeah,
it's not
fair.
going to get that much hotter. And I'm like looking at the exact same time from that previous attempt, and it was not at all. It was much worse than this. One theory I have is that where Mary is often is basically by the side of the road. So having all that tarmac right in front of the camera might be hurting us.
That's a really, actually a really good idea. Very astute.
But at this location, I'm not quite sure, but I think the road is at least farther away.
Yeah, I think you're right. Bear Lemley, new member, launch director. Thank you so much. And Duncan Donut. What is this, native advertising? Welcome to the red team.
And I cannot pronounce that properly. I apologize, but another super chat says, seems like they're struggling to cool it enough. I think Elon did actually tweet from a previous test that things got too warm. So that's very possible theory as to what's happening. There's definitely a lot of things that they have to get just right. And the propellant being at the right temperature and right pressure is certainly one of those things. Somebody's asking how hot is it? I believe it's about 90 degrees, but it says feels like 100. So it's very hot out there. So we certainly appreciate Mary being out there. And if we see, as soon as we see signs of crews returning to the pad, we will likely give Mary the opportunity to head home and get some air conditioning. And then if activity picks up again, we will resume the stream. But we are going to stay live until we know for certain that they are not going to recycle and test again shortly. But if we see crews return to the pad, it obviously means the vehicle is safe, and it will take at least an hour or two before they would be able to attempt again.
If you think about it, liquid oxygen and liquid methane trucks are kind of like food trucks for Starship.
How did you think about that?
I'm hungry. I'm really hungry for lunch.
I was gonna say that was such a random comment, and I'm like, what is going on in Jack's brain right now that made him say that?
I was thinking of all the SpaceXers probably leaving the checkpoint, maybe going to get lunch at the food trucks they have there.
That food. Speaking of that food
silly.
truck, that is a ridiculous wrap they put on that food truck.
Which one?
The one with all the crazy colors on it. It says SpaceX on the side, like purple.
I don't know if I've seen that one. It's a
new.
SpaceX food truck?
Yes, it appeared in the last week.
Oh man, hang on, I'm gonna do some Googling.
It's Mary got a picture of it if you go on the forums.
Mary says in our Discord, the methane trucks out here are kind of like food trucks. So I'm not entirely insane. Of course, now I can't find it.
Yeah, people are asking for me to overlay the food truck image. I guess I can do that. I'm trying to not cover up the screen basically while Starship is testing, because if something happens, I want to make sure that we don't miss it. But I will find that image and see if I can put it on the side or something. We are seeing more venting right now from the vehicle, so looks like they are continuing to possibly detank. That methane flare is definitely quite big, which is one thing that I guess you might see if they were detanking, but obviously if it's still liquid, they try to recycle it and use it again for another test, but if it turns into gas, then they burn it off.
It's been 21 minutes since all the hubbub with the big flare.
I thought you stopped the timer.
Yeah, but I stopped, then I restarted it, and I just remembered to add 5 minutes. It's a very complicated, very rigorous, precise process, Michael. You wouldn't understand. The longer we see a double vent from up there, that's more and more likely, I'm thinking, detanking.
There are so many like daily Starship pictures. I'm struggling to find a food truck, which I thought was 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's me. I'm like drowning in the content, and it's a great problem to have. But it's very hard to keep up with all of the developments. They're so rapid, and we have so much content. It's awesome.
It's quite
Thank you, Mary.
Hard to believe how much changes per day. Okay, I found the food truck.
Yeah, even just when I went there in February versus when I was there in October of last year, from October to February, it changed completely. I mean, it went from a very small amount of cars parked on the side of the road to just slammed with cars on either side of the road. I mean, different buildings, different facilities being built, that different stuff already completed having been built. I mean, it's insane the amount of change and the rate of change there.
It definitely looks like we might be seeing those tanks depressurize right now.
Yeah, like I said, the longer and longer we get a double vent from up top, the more and more they're detanking.
This would definitely be consistent with what we've seen during previous static fires.
Yeah, and the flare is nice and it's much tinier now. It seems like it's chilled out.
So while it looks like there's just some venting going on, here's a food truck if you missed it. On the other side, it is a food truck, by the way. On the other side, there are those windows that food trucks have. But this is the crazy SpaceX wrap they put on it, which looks like an Earth to Mars transition, possibly, or Mars to Earth transition. Maybe that's some Mars terraforming going on there, but a very SpaceX-y food truck, as you can see.
That thing is ridiculous in the best way. Well, it stopped. And it started.
We're still getting lots of questions about what's going to happen and when. Again, we do not know when they will static fire. We just saw the roads closed this morning, and so we set up the cameras, and then we saw them start fueling, and we think they have aborted the test for now. As of when they could do another test, that's to be determined. The window does close at 2 p.m., but it could extend the window, so there's that potential wrinkle. But if they cannot test again today, the next opportunity would be tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. local time, and that window lasts until 2 p.m. local time, according to the local road closure filings. We do not expect a test on Saturday, May 30th. That is the same date as SpaceX's Demo 2 mission with NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. And we do not expect SpaceX to test on that day, as the company wants to make sure they are entirely focused on that crucial launch, even though the team here in Boca Chica is mostly separated from that team at Cape Canaveral. There is some overlap in terms of management and executives looking over it. Like Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX, is very active in this Boca Chica development, and he's at Kennedy Space Center, of course, for this crucial launch, as he's the SpaceX CEO. So they want to make sure that all the focus on the entire company, from the executives down, is on Demo 2. So we will not be doing a static fire. We do not think that they will do a static fire on May 30th for that reason. Somebody in chat is saying there's been a change with the road closure. Before I say what that is, I'm going to verify it, because sometimes people like to troll in the chat, and I want to make sure as a reporter I am properly venting the information. But yes, you are correct. We have news, Jack. The road closure in Boca Chica has been extended until 4 p.m., according to the Cameron County website. So we still have a chance of a static fire today.
Oh man, I'm about to come on and say, oh, I really need to go run errands. So if the road closure isn't extended, I'm gonna hop off. So I guess I'm staying on.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm going to assess my contingency options for lunch.
So thank you to all the people in chat that pointed that out. We appreciate that reminder. I'm usually pretty good at constantly checking that stuff, but I'm in charge of running the live stream today, so I have too many things going on. But we appreciate the heads up, and that is certainly exciting news. But it does mean, I will say, that Mary might have to be out there in this nearly 100-degree heat for a bit more. So please put support in chat for Mary. We're all sitting and watching this in either air conditioning or most likely at least a cooler climate than she is. So we definitely appreciate her hard work and dedication to bring this live footage to several thousand people right now.
So cool that the road closure's been extended. That's really great that we get a little bit more excitement here. It looked like they were detanking, but it didn't look like it was as sustained as we've seen in the past. Close, maybe the same, but I feel like we've seen those top two vents go for just minutes and minutes and minutes at a time, and I think we saw them go for maybe 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, but hopefully whatever they needed to do, they got done, or they're getting it done now, and we'll start to see the tank farm kick up again. Presumably they would need to reload, so we would see the tank farm and associated plumbing start to condense again.
You know what's super amazing, Jack? We've been live for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and we have not done a battery swap.
No battery swaps, and you know why? You know why?
Because we got Mary some special stuff.
Support from viewers like you.
Yeah.
Exactly. Support from viewers like you. I just like that. Makes me feel nostalgic to say.
I think you're gonna get I think you just stole a slogan, Jack.
What?
Wait, but I guess I don't know. Thank you to PBS for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I wasn't claiming it as my own. It's a reference.
Yeah, I got it. I was just joking. We did have some copyright issues this morning on the YouTube channel, so I was a little bit into copyright mode this morning. Of course, the copyright allegations this morning, if you missed it, were completely insert bad word there, but
And have been
yeah.
fixed.
What was that, Chris?
I totally
Have
missed the
been
joke.
fixed
Sorry.
and corrected.
Yes, they have been corrected, so that's good.
Yay.
Just if you're wondering, the live footage we were using yesterday was from NASA, which is public domain. No, you cannot copyright claim that.
Oh, I'm aware. That was a lot.
Well, they can copyright claim it. It may be illegitimate, but
Thank you, Doss.
technically, that's the problem inherent in the system. All right, bye.
Oh, that was good.
I love it. I honestly love it. I'm expecting him to pop in and just like throw bluebirds on the overlay and then pop out and be like, deal with it. And now that I've said it, he's going to do it because he's listening.
No, y'all,
Please
I'm
don't.
here listening, and I'm just keeping track of stuff. Every now and then, I just can't keep my mouth shut.
I love it.
It's for the better.
Okay, Jack, I will be back in about a minute or two, but Jack and Crispy are the hosts right now. Do not call on me because I will not answer for the next 120 seconds approximately.
All right, so I've got this really in-depth, complicated question, and the only person I know that can answer it properly is the guy I know who's on this call right now, not away. His name is Michael Baylor. So Michael, could you? I'm kidding. So yeah, if you're just joining us, if you have tuned out, you're tuning back in. We are waiting. We're in a sit and wait. We're in a holding pattern. We're trying to see if they are going to potentially attempt a static fire today. It looked like they were real close to doing one, maybe even minutes or moments away. And we're, of course, not being SpaceX ourselves, unsure of why that attempt did not happen. But we've seen the vehicle take some measures to go into a post static fire attempt state, a little bit of venting, a little bit of safing potentially, and now it appears that we are sort of in a steady state and we are just kind of waiting. We're unsure what SpaceX is doing with the vehicle currently. We do know that SpaceXers who come out from the build site to the checkpoint to watch these sorts of tests, that's sort of one of those indicators that we watch. They had been out there, but they are no longer. So that is one of those things we are watching. Maybe we'll see them start to trickle back out as we hopefully get closer to some activity again. And the road closures have been extended until 4 p.m. local. That gives us another 2 hours beyond what they were at. I believe it was 2 p.m. local was the previous time the road closures were due to end. So we have additional 2 hours now for some testing to occur, and you can see some more venting from the vehicle there, sort of, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7-ish rings down from the top. And it's stopped now that I've pointed it out, of course, but keep your eyes open. Vehicle is active, it's alive, it's breathing, it's well, and we're just waiting to see what happens next.
It does look like, since they only gave it, I'm back now, by the way. It does look like, since they only gave a 2-hour bump on those road closures, they are not expecting it to take a lot of time to make another attempt, which presumably means that whatever issue they had, it was not too complicated and likely something that they may even be able to fix by just making a slight configuration change or whatever to the test procedure and just go with another attempt. If they fully detanked this vehicle and then had teams return to the pads and work on it for an hour and then had another hour of fueling the vehicle, that would likely make things a bit tight with a 4 p.m. cutoff. But the fact that they think they can make another attempt, presumably by 4 p.m., is a good sign that we may not have to wait too long. But we have yet to see them recycle a static fire attempt and go for it without the pad crews returning. So at least for Starship SN4, we may have seen that with Starhopper. I don't quite remember, but it is definitely a good sign that the road closure extension was only 2 hours. And we will now see if SpaceX can demonstrate a recycle capability on Starship as we continue testing today.
Do we? I mean, I'll be the guy that nobody wants to hear from for a moment. Do we know, or do we think that it is a good sign? I mean, it could just be that it would take them 2 more hours to get the vehicle to a safe state before they can open the road potentially. I mean, the shortness of the extension, I'm saying, could that also be maybe a bad thing potentially?
So that's a fair point, Jack, and it is certainly possible that that's the case. But we have seen them, if a normal detanking procedure where we've seen the pad crews return to the pad has typically not taken more than an hour or so. So
Okay.
it could be that.
Yeah, good point.
And again, the one obvious exception to that was the last static fire where things went wrong. So they had to save the vehicle over a several hour period, but that obviously does not happen today. And the vehicle, we're not seeing a whole lot of venting and activity from it or detank from right now. So if I had to guess, and again, we don't know exactly what's happening, but based on what we're seeing, it does seem that they have already got the vehicle into a relatively safe configuration. It might not be to the point where crews can return to the pad yet, but I don't think they would need an additional 2 hours to fully save the pad if they weren't making another attempt. But I mean, that is a totally legitimate point that Jack just made. So it could very well be that. But if I had to bet my money on one option, I would say it's more likely that they will make another attempt today.
Cool. Yeah, I would make that bet as well. I just wanted to be the, it's the internet. There's always going to be people with the counterpoint.
Yeah, and like I said, that was a completely valid counterpoint. Like if that turned out to be what happened, I would not be shocked. But I just again feel like a 2-hour extension is more likely to be a recycle. And I will say that SpaceX is, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this properly. They are very much they like to give themselves every single possible shot to get a test done on the day if they can. They're not going to do something. They're not going to take an unnecessary risk. They will push as hard as possible to get something done as close to on time. So with the flight restrictions extended until June 5th already, that was not something that changed today. They do not have any things that are not able to be extended on short notice, like the flight restrictions, as we've seen in the past. So if they can just extend these road closures and get the test done, I don't see why they wouldn't do that based on SpaceX's typical mentality.
Yeah, just look at Falcon Heavy demo. That thing went with like 5 minutes left in the window. Yeah, if they can, they'll try and go, even if it seems like they won't be able to go. I mean, just look at yesterday.
Yeah, and we didn't see any sign of a major issue. Like in the past, we've seen them frantically have to detank or reduce pressure in the tank, and in that case, you see the flare stack. On one testing day, we saw the flare stack was literally spewing out liquid methane, which Dawes pointed out on a past stream. That is a sign that they were very urgently trying to reduce pressure or detank the vehicle or something along those lines. Liquid coming out the flare stack is not something that should normally be happening. So we didn't see anything like that today or any sign of a major problem. So most likely, from what we can see, it was a minor issue that caused these abort and totally within nominal expected performance of the vehicle. Obviously, they didn't have nominal conditions for a static fire, but in terms of safe operations of the vehicle, we did not see any signs of a hiccup on that front, as we have seen occasionally with Starship testing and Starhopper testing in the past. This is basically one big science experiment that's going on. That is an analogy that I've seen some people making, and it is totally true. This is new stuff for SpaceX. They typically launch rockets of liquid oxygen and kerosene, and now they're doing liquid oxygen and methane. And that's a whole nother can of worms they have to deal with. So sometimes we see them make mistakes, and we see big fireballs and flare stacks turning into a flamethrower when it shouldn't be, and stuff like that. But we didn't see any of that today. It all seemed to be perfectly normal operations from the vehicle, apart from what caused the static fire to be aborted.
Yeah, it was benign enough looking that I'm just gonna throw a dart at the wall and say temperatures, and like you said, they got it safe very quickly. They didn't seem like there was any kind of urgency with what was going on. It's just been a very chill, good day so far. And now that the road closure has been extended, hopefully we'll get some action here shortly.
Yeah, and just as a update on flight restrictions and whatnot, there was a flight restriction that was originally for a potential hop opportunity tomorrow. That flight restriction is now removed as expected. Again, there is a very low possibility. There's almost no chance that they will conduct the hop before Demo 2. That is just not on the priority list. I think Elon said in an interview with CBS before Demo 2 that basically Demo 2 is the only priority for SpaceX right now. So until Demo 2 happens, we're not going to see a hop. The only way it could, if Demo 2 had to be delayed for a significant amount of time for some reason, that's basically the only reason we'd see a hop before Demo 2. But as long as it's a couple days away, the hop is going to wait. We have some questions in chat. I know we keep saying this. Yes, there is a chance of a static fire still today, we believe. New people are joining. So if you're on the stream for a while and you wonder why I keep repeating that there's still a chance for a static fire, it's because new people are joining and asking, which is totally fine. So we want to make sure everybody's up to date. But yes, if you are just joining, we think there could be a static fire. Wolf says, remember they had problems detanking last time, so it makes sense that they are testing, tanking, detanking today. It is possible that they pressurized the vehicle and wanted to detank it. I do think, from what we understood, that there was supposed to be a static fire on the first attempt. That's all I can say. But that's a good theory. But I do think they were pressing for a static fire and then aborted it. SpaceX needs to send Mary a lunch truck, says Alan. That would be great. I'm sure she would appreciate that, but at the same time, I bet SpaceX has a lot of things to keep track of right now with this testing going on, and they also have several thousand, or not, they at least have, 9? I saw some report yesterday. I'm trying to find when it was from so I can cite it, but they are hiring hundreds of employees. 900?
900 is what.
Yeah, so that's a lot of employees here watching over. So they have a lot of things to keep track of, and Mary is obviously independent, but I'm sure she would love some food. Lots of people in chat are talking about Mary needing an ice cream truck to stop by. That would be great. But the roads are currently closed, so no way to get Mary any food right now. Or we could literally send an Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever to her if the roads were open. But there's a soft checkpoint. If you want to know how the road closures in Boca Chica work, there's a soft checkpoint further up the road before Boca Chica Village that prevents any of the general public from getting to the village when testing's happening. And then there's a hard checkpoint about 1.5 or 1.6 miles from the pad where they make sure that literally anyone cannot go past when testing is occurring unless the pad is safe. So there's no way to send food to Mary right now, or we probably would. I'm sure there'd be a lot of people in chat who would want to help contribute to a fund to send Mary some food, but unfortunately that's not possible because of the road closures. And again, if you want to ask a question, tag a NASASpaceflight in chat. I'm reading the questions, and it's easier if you tag it because it highlights it as orange. And that way I can find questions amongst all the chat messages that are just general comments about what's happening. And if you're just joining, I am Michael Baylor, a reporter for NASA Spaceflight. I am joined today by Jack Bayer, Chris G, Mary. We've had some audio connection issues with Mary, but she is here and obviously providing this video. And then we also have Doss, who is not here, but also here at the same time, and will occasionally make a comment or two. But that is the team today that is helping to bring to the coverage of Starship testing on this hot Boca Chica summer afternoon.
We have a quantum DOS. He's both here and not here, or Schrodinger's DOS. Just don't look at the box.
Try not to observe him.
Yeah, please don't observe him because he might die.
Somebody's asking if we have merch. We do not have merch today, but we may have merch in a couple of days, a couple of weeks. It is in the works. That's all I will say. We have some cool designs that may look similar to what you're looking at right now. Wink, wink. I won't say any more than that, but there's cool stuff in the works. What compass direction is the camera pointing? I want to say.
I mean,
it's mostly east, but I don't know like, the exact direction.
It's definitely mostly east based on how you drive into Boca Chica, which is driving east.
Maybe slightly. I'm looking at the satellite. It looks like it's maybe slightly northeast. But then the road curves back. Yeah, it's mostly east, but a slight bit to the north as well. Put it that way.
And I'm not seeing any signs yet that looks like a fueling's underway or anything like that.
No, it looks like they've detanked the vehicle, and now we wait
Although,
to see what.
The tank farm is starting to pick back up again. I'm
Yeah.
seeing condensation between the two sets of vertical black tanks, so that's a good sign if you ask me.
Yeah, and on previous attempts, we usually saw the detanked vehicle, then we saw a couple puffs from the RCS thrusters as they were testing, and then the activity with the flare stack and the tank farms died down, and we have not seen that happen yet, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's a good point about the RCS puffs. I forgot about those somehow, and we have not seen those today, to my knowledge.
There's one RCS thruster on the right-hand side of your view and one on the left-hand side. They're both located at the very bottom of the vehicle. So, and these are not the RCS thrusters which we used on Starship, Starhopper, excuse me, which were the same. They basically, for Starhopper, took the cold gas thrusters from Falcon 9, from a flight-proven Falcon 9, and put them on Starhopper. The RCS thrusters on Starship are a completely different, at least from the outside, they look like a completely different design. It's very possible there's some like internal stuff that's the same and some commonality, but it definitely look like a different system that they're using on the full Starship prototypes as opposed to just reusing Falcon 9 hardware like it did on the Starhopper.
Hey, Michael, Doss here real quick. How are y'all doing? I may need to actually step away. Are y'all feeling confident without me for 30 minutes or so?
I mean, everything's super smooth.
Good deal.
The one
You're all set. Virtual servers behaving. The Verizon modems on the Solo have been being good. Anything else I can look at for you?
I mean, the only unproven data we have is how long that external battery we're using right now is going to last. But my understanding is that it should last for 8 hours at least.
And it should have you mean the new battery pack, right? The big battery pack?
Yes, the one the camera is being powered on right now.
It should have an external indicator on it that has a battery percentage level.
Okay, so we're checking with Mary on that then.
Yeah, check.
But yeah. I think you definitely have more than 30 minutes until that becomes the problem. So you're good.
All right. Yeah, good deal. I just wanted to check in because I've been sort of here and not here, but just want to make sure y'all were good before I step away for reals.
Yep.
All right, chat, y'all, everybody watching, keep track of them. Make sure they stay in line when I'm not here. Just if they start to go off, tag me on Twitter or something. I can still turn off their mics from my cell phone. So, all right, I'll see y'all later. Have fun.
See you, Das. And I just sent
Dad's gone. Let's jump on the bed.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. I love it.
I still cannot believe that yesterday happened.
I really can't. I mean, I was just thinking about it driving home last night, and like I got home and I was telling Kristen, I was like, I can't believe they got as close as they did yesterday. Like, and just how giddy it was to see all of that again, even though they scrubbed, just to see them walk out, to see us go through all of it, thinking we would get to a launch. It was so incredible. It was so incredible.
Ooh, there's some small venting from the area halfway up, a little bit more than halfway up the vehicle right now. It's very small, but there's a white top.
2/3 vent.
Yep.
That's that little one that you said you saw right before they started fueling the last time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're wondering why it took us so long to add a timeline to the stream, what you're seeing right now is why. For Starship testing, it's very hard for us to know exactly what's happening. So that's why I have removed the timeline from the screen right now. It's just, as reporters, we have to make sure if we're putting anything on screen and in a definitive fashion without warning, it has to be verifiable, and we cannot verify accurately exactly what's happening with the vehicle. And it looks like that was weird. I did not touch anything, but we just had a brief loss of signal screen. Maybe DOS is clicking some buttons behind the scenes, but that was definitely not me.
He's just trolling us. Yeah, he's in chat right now. Haha, yes, I can in fact control it from my cell phone. Don't tell them. Ha. Joke's on you, Das. I'm watching YouTube chat.
I'm going to tell him.
Type in the bluebirds.
I'm really tempted to send him a message saying that the screen just changed to loss of signal and then froze, but I realize he's watching, so that won't work. But yes, as we were talking about Demo 2, I mean, it wasn't until we knew the weather was going to be good going into it, and it looked like in the morning that, at least late Tuesday evening and into the early morning, that the abort conditions were going to be a problem. And then it turned out that the abort conditions were fine. So it's like, well, launch weather is 50% go, which means there's a chance. Then the launch weather went down to 40% go, which, I mean, is not a great chance, but that's still like 40% probability. That's a significant chance it could happen still. And then about right before they went into propellant loading operations, they said they expected the weather to clear by 4:20, which would have been about 13 minutes before launch. So there were some moments there where it was like, this might actually happen. And then, of course, it didn't actually end up happening. But like I was mentioning earlier, just the fact that we saw astronauts get into a rocket on American soil. I will say that. It felt like the launch in itself.
It really did. I mean, the buzz, the excitement. I mean, it was even small little things like seeing the SWAT team helicopter up and around and patrolling, which I think I've only seen them do that for one Department of Defense mission since the last shuttle mission. It was just it was launch day that just ended with the weather not cooperating, and that was it was incredible. Like I mean, I hope everyone who watched it, I hope everyone who I hope everyone who came and saw the launch in person really appreciated it as well. And yeah, we'll definitely just be there to try again on Saturday.
The craziest part of the entire day for me was when the crew got into the Model X's, they closed the doors, and the kids, when Bob and Doug's kids are putting their hands on the window of the Model X.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
I started tearing up when they walked out, but I that was the part where I just absolutely lost it, because whether that was planned or spontaneous, that just hit the nail on the head for exactly what just exactly what that day was about, and why we scrubbed and why it took so long to get here from the from the perspective of safety.
Yeah, and I mean, from a technical standpoint, they basically absolutely nailed yesterday. Everything was almost flawless. I mean, I'm sure I'm saying almost flawless because I'm sure there's something that they could have improved that they will work on, but it was definitely very minor because we did not see any obvious signs of anything going wrong yesterday. It was clear that they had been preparing for that day for many, many years, and both the SpaceX and NASA teams seemed to just do a very highly professional job handling that countdown yesterday.
Yeah, and I saw an absolutely awesome tweet yesterday that I retweeted, comment retweeted. It was from Trip Harris, and it said, "In Macaline we trust," and that is exactly right. It's a reference to Mike McAleen, who was the launch weather officer yesterday and was the person who made that call.
Yep, and obviously we do, like as I mentioned yesterday briefly on the stream, it was a big event with a lot of people watching and the president in attendance, but the only thing that mattered was the crew on board, and there was no way. They obviously kept reminding us there was no way they were going to launch unless everything was perfect, and there was. I've seen a lot of people concerned about the potential for that kind of public spotlight to put pressure on the teams to launch when they shouldn't have, but there was absolutely no evidence that was the case yesterday. They were very clear that wasn't going to be the case, and from all evidence, they put the crew as the only priority yesterday, and that was a very professional handling of a situation that was very dynamic. There was a lot of uncertainty whether the weather would cooperate or not, and in the end, they made all the right calls.
Exactly, and I said it on the stream yesterday, and it's worth repeating because weather delays are certainly always disappointing, right? We always want to launch, but the last time America put people on a rocket and didn't listen to the weather, we lost the Challenger crew. So that's why we pay attention to the weather.
Yep. And again, if you're just joining us, we are waiting to see what will happen with Starship. So in the meantime, we are passing the time by talking about yesterday's launch attempt with SpaceX Demo 2, which is SpaceX's first ever crewed mission, and NASA first time launching astronauts from American soil since 2011. So that's what we were talking about just there. But you are watching live views of Starship SN4. We saw a static fire attempt aborted about 1 p.m. local time, so a little over an hour ago. And now we are waiting to see if they will make another attempt. But the road closures were extended, so that seems to be a good sign. And we are still seeing activity from the flare stack and occasionally the tank farms. We have not seen crews return to the pad yet. So right now, all indicators are that there's still potential for more testing. If we see crews return to the pad, though, that will be the part where it gets more uncertain and less likely. But as of now, we are still anticipating the potential for a static fire of Starship SN4 this afternoon in Boca Chica.
Which,
and just to your
Jack.
point earlier about there wasn't any like go fever yesterday, that made me so happy because, and I don't mean this as a political statement in any way. I think famously, presidents haven't really generally attended launches. I don't think that's a common thing, even like in the shuttle or Apollo era. Is that correct, Chris? I think you're probably the right person to ask on that.
I've seen every sitting president except Jimmy Carter, because he was president during the gap between Apollo-Soyuz shuttle. I believe all of them have attempted to attend, but President Nixon and President Clinton are the only two that actually succeeded. But Nixon attended Apollo 12, which was struck by lightning twice. So President Clinton is actually the one who has attended a launch where no weather or no technical event happened.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is that it's kind of one of those things where when the president's in town, you would expect them to want to go, and I'm thankful that despite the momentous occasion of that, a president being in town for a launch, that they didn't feel any pressure to go, and they listened to Mother Nature, and I'm excited. And I'm excited to just seeing Air Force One go by the pad. That was insane. That's like, wow.
It was cool, and there was something absolutely ridiculous in the timing of that in terms of our stream yesterday. So it was when I was sheltering under the roof there at the press site, and I had just gotten done telling, like, a whole bunch of people came out and they were aiming cameras, but no one like stopped to tell me like, hey, you might want to look over there or anything like that. And I've got headphones in, so I can't hear. So we go through all that, and I tell Doc, yeah, I just need a 30-minute break, and I'm gonna turn stuff off over here. And I do all of that, and I look up, and there it goes, right by pad A.
That's all it goes. The second you blink, something happens.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the crazy part about that is that it did not give us any warning. At least, I didn't even watch the SpaceX and NASA stream back after the fact, and they just basically cut to that happening and like didn't say, "Oh, and we're expecting the president to fly over in 5 minutes" or whatever. It just happened.
Yeah, it just happened. I know. Like,
no cams be damned. He's the president.
And they had clearly timed it because they could not have flown the plane over like that if the rocket was fueled. It was about, I think, 1 hour, 30 minutes or something like that in the countdown, so an hour before fueling, but that was clearly a well-rehearsed and executed plan they had.
Exactly.
Yeah, what a crazy thing to see. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit jealous of the photographers that were out there that got to see that, just because it's not something you see every day kind of thing, right?
Right. And no, it's not something you get to see every single day. And also, I'm sorry, I totally lost that train of thought. What did you say? Like, I just totally lost it.
Jack said that seeing that would have been crazy, and he was jealous of the photographers that were there.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, because Brady got great pictures of. That was my point. Is even though I missed it, Brady got great photos of it from the Cape Canaveral Airport station of things.
Yeah, I saw Brady got some great shots. I saw John Krause got some great shots. All the usual people who you would expect got some great shots. I think Richard Angle did.
Yeah, I'll put Brady's info on the screen. If you want to follow him on Twitter, he is one of NASASpaceflight's very talented photographers, and he has been covering this mission on site, or covering the Demo 2 mission on site at Kennedy Space Center over the past 2 days. And if you check out his Twitter account, he has an insane photo from the near the ITL causeway where he was watching from, we can see the entire fixed service structure and the rocket with the 2 crew members at the top of the fixed service structure. It just really gives you a good sense of scale. That flare stack right now is quite crazy.
Oh, yeah, it is. Wow. Hey, do you guys know? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go.
That
Do you guys know
forklift guy.
on Discord how to pull up just one of the images to look at?
Oh, if you go, is there a pop-out menu on your screen? I think it's like a pop-up.
Big flare.
No, it just nah, there isn't.
A lot of activity from the flare.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it for you. Do you have it in full screen mode?
That's probably what I don't have on my phone.
Oh, you're on your phone.
Oh yeah, sorry, phone. Yeah, I know how to. Cause for whatever reason, my computer, the computer app, will not connect to any audio input device. So it's fine if I was just wondering. See the
Can you like tap on? Can you tap on one video and it won't stay?
And it won't stay. No.
I'll
figure it out. Not important. Not important.
Yeah, we can troubleshoot your computer too at another time. It's probably, if I had to guess, like some Discord has like 100 different settings for video and audio, and it's probably something we can fix. But we'll have to look at it.
Sounds good.
And there's still tank farm venting, still flare stack venting.
Flare huge, and then flare got little again, so that was something, but wasn't sustained.
Have we seen venting from the vehicle in a while? I haven't been watching closely, so I might have missed something, but I have not. I don't remember seeing a vent from the vehicle in quite a while.
Maybe like a little puff here and there, but nothing, major of note like we were seeing earlier.
So do we think it's fair to say that it's probably detanked or what?
I don't know. I mean, it looks like we're getting some tank activity or some condensation around the tank farm again. Like it's picking up again. So maybe they're loading?
Yeah, to me it looks like the state where they have an empty vehicle and they're just getting everything ready to fill it up. But again, we've never seen them recycle a static fire attempt. So we don't know exactly what to expect.
Yep, that's kind of the fun here. We get to just sort of read the tea leaves, guess, do our rocket horoscopes. You are tall and shiny.
And Mary's also reporting lots of big venting just to the left of the screen. You cannot quite see, but we don't want to zoom out too much. We want to give you as close of a view of Starship as possible, but there is some additional venting coming from the grass area to the side of the pad, which is totally normal and what usually happens when these tests occur. And I'm asking Mary right now over text. Again, we don't have great audio communication with Mary right now, but I'm asking her over text if she can hear any signs of fueling right now. She often can hear it, but I'm not sure, since this is a slightly different location that she's at today, if she will be able to hear the fueling, but if she can, I will report that.
Ooh, she's typing.
Dun, dun, dun.
Let's see.
I can't hear it. So we don't know if that's because you're not fueling or she can't hear it or what, but she reports that she cannot yet hear it. I'm going to ask her if you heard it earlier when they did the first attempt.
Yeah. Yeah, because it is fascinating because you different places depending on wind direction. When you're near a space center like this, sometimes you hear things loud and clear, like big vents of ground support equipment, and then other times you don't. It's kind of hit and miss just based on whatever the weather is.
And Mary just reported that the wind is making it challenging, so that could be along the lines of what Christy was saying, where just the conditions on today affect how well you can hear things. Ooh, look at the
Yeah.
flare stack now. Whoa. There's a little
Oh, the
bit
ground's
of
on fire.
On the ground.
So
And we're good.
Yeah. Oh, there's still a little bit of fire though.
Yeah, it looks like there might be a small puddle of methane because the stack continues to spray some liquid. You see that happening there? And then
Yeah,
it
I
hits the
think
ground and ignites.
this is not ideal, but at least it's not near the pad. Whoa, there's more.
Whoa.
That is definitely not supposed to be happening.
Like the guy had his hand on the dial and he sneezed and it just went up like 2 clicks too far.
It seems to be under control now, maybe. I'm not seeing any fire from the bottom, and the flare stack
Nope.
looks to be behaving itself.
Tank farm is going ham with some condensation. Vehicle isn't venting or anything, so maybe we're into load. I wonder if that was like, just get whatever is left from the Lions out. Just get it out. now they're refreshed or something. I don't know. I would love to be a fly on the wall in the Mission Control Center.
Christy, we're getting some background noise from your mic, I think.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. That fixed it. So again, if you're just joining, I will go through who is talking one more time. We have Jack. Jack, introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Jack Beyer. I'm a photographer, videographer for NASASpaceflight. Nice. I like these cool overlays. That's a nice touch. Is that new, or were you doing that yesterday?
It's new as of like 2 or 3 days ago. So yes, I was doing it yesterday.
I dig it. I guess I should start using a real photo, huh?
Yeah, I just stole these from Twitter, and I did not find a photo of you wearing an orange jacket on Twitter.
Good.
Okay, so we also have Chris G, who is right now muted, but if he wants to unmute and introduce himself.
Yes, hello everyone. Thanks so much for joining us for this stream as we wait to see what Starship's going to do here. Hopefully a static fire.
And we also have Mary, who is not on audio right now due to some cellular connection issues, but Mary is NASASpaceflight Starship photographer. She's a local down in Boca Chica and provides us with these amazing live views and daily updates on the YouTube channel.
And give it up in chat for Mary. Give it up in chat. She's awesome.
Yep, and if you want to follow her on Twitter for all her amazing photos, her handle is @BocaChicaGal. And it's on screen right now. And then finally, I am Michael Baylor, and I am a reporter for NASASpaceflight as well. And I also, like Jack was mentioning, do the graphics for the live stream and whatnot.
Yeah, we've got like 2 like Wizard of Oz guys behind the curtains, and you're one of them, and Das is the other.
I would say Das is more of a wizard. The overlay looks cool, but in reality, it's just basically a website that is embedded on top of the video. So there are a lot of people in this world that could make websites look good. And I don't even know if this overlay really looks good. I'm more of a technical person, not a graphics designer. So I can make things appear, but making them appear and look good is not necessarily my expertise. But it at least gives you the information that you hopefully want to have right now.
It looks good, but yeah, I'm right there with you. Whenever I'm doing like titles or something for a video, I'm like, I'm not a graphic designer. I don't know if this looks good. I just know it is.
Yes, And Doss, who is not here right now, is our professional host who sometimes hosts these streams. He's at K-Space Academy on Twitter, and he also is a professional Twitch streamer. So if you want to learn more about Kerbal Space Program and how to play that game, which is, in my opinion, like the #1 most educational video game on the planet. Like if you had kids, I would say that playing Kerbal Space Program should not count against any allotted amount of video time that you give, video game time that you give your kids. Your kids should have unlimited time to play Kerbal Space Program per day because it is just so educational, and it gives you a really good idea of how physics works and how rockets work. And it's actually like only like a $20 or $30 game, which compared to most video games is not that expensive. So I would recommend it.
I have 1,000 hours in Kerbal Space Program right now. So you think 1,000 hours, you spend $20, $30 on the game, 1,000 hours of entertainment. And then on top of that, like you said, it's not just entertainment, it's educational. I mean, Kerbal Space Program, I know orbital mechanics roughly because of Kerbal Space Program. I mean, I like to think if you put me in a capsule and in an orbit, I could probably figure out at least how to land myself. I mean, it's crazy, but it's an extremely robust learning tool, and I think I definitely agree with your statement. It shouldn't count towards any child's like computer or game time.
And just to be clear, this stream is not sponsored by Kerbal Space Program. That was a endorsement that we just gave because we think it's a good game, not because we were paid to say that.
Oh yeah, you just raise a kid on Kerbal and Legos and you'll be good.
Yeah, I'm actually playing it right now. I'm testing out a script that one of our channel members, actually, Moldy Space Industries, has for the shuttle and everything. So. Okay,
I'm doing a really bad job of hosting. We need Doss to come back. I missed a super chat from Jim Williams. I'm hoping a stealth hop today.
What?
Super chat from Jim? What?
It says Jim Williams. I don't know if it's like D Jim Williams, but there's a super chat from Jim Williams. Oh, and the flare is going crazy again.
A stealth hop.
And thank you to all the new members as well.
I guess the stealth hop would be like a very tiny, like short one that you couldn't even tell if it hopped.
There's another huge flare. Sorry, Jack. The flare stack is going wild again.
No, you're good. I'm
that's not good. What is happening?
Whoa, look at that. That is not normal from what we've seen.
Luckily, from seeing aerial videos and whatnot of the site, I think right there is just like dirt and maybe concrete. It might be hitting its own feed lines, which would be bad, but hopefully there's nothing critical in that area that is near that fire on the ground there. I mean, a flare stack is a flare stack because you set it away from everything else so it can do its thing. So it should have some sort of exclusion zone around it, at least in theory.
Ooh.
Man.
And back to normal. Flare stack's having a rough day.
I really wish Doss was here right now. Doss is a flare stack fan, if you don't know. He's a Bluebird fan, but also a flare stack fan, I think, at least.
You have to say it 3 times and then I appear.
So Doss, what is your analysis of the current flare stack situation?
Flare stacks aren't supposed to do that. You're not supposed to get liquid spilling over the top. Based on my conversations with people that I know, and again, this isn't like actual information, but that flare stack is not big enough for the farm that they're working on. It should not be doing that. And the vent rates that they're going through, that flare stack needs to be bigger in order to be able to handle that amount. Look at that. That's not supposed to do that. Oh, jeez.
That is the opposite of what it is supposed to do.
Yeah, it's like the rate of flow out of the top of the stack is such that the flare can't keep up. The fire that actually burns off that methane is not enough to keep up with the flow rate. So you need a bigger, not like a taller flare stack, but a bigger flare stack that can handle more flow and keep it flaming as opposed to coming out and giving a methane shower to the caliche over there or whatever that is. Probably sand out there. But
I wonder if it's a function at least partly of the wind, like blowing the stack enough that the flame, gets blown down the plume, if that is even words.
It's the same sort of deal. I don't know all the technicalities of it, but a bigger stack should be able to handle that, right? Because you size the stack to the farm, like the vent rates and stuff. Not the vent. I don't know all the right terminology for it, but the flow rate, right? You have X amount of pressure, you have X amount of flow rate, and the flame needs to be a size to be able to handle that much at one time,
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm gonna post a picture in Discord for y'all. I was tuning into the feed while I was away from the keyboard for a minute there. So y'all are doing fine though. You don't need me. I heard you say my name, so I thought I'd comment right quick.
I'm just gonna keep leaving awkward silences, so you have to keep filling air.
Well, see, so I'm not used to that. When a guest who's on the show sort of ends their statement, it's up to me to keep talking, right? So we don't get the dead air. And so I am always on a balance with y'all where it's like, no, y'all are hosting. I'm here as a guest right now, versus my natural instinct to keep running my mouth.
Yeah, I try to minimize dead air, but when you're on, I sort of masochistically like to maximize it.
Yay. That's the dude, why you gotta do me that way? Come on. Anyways, what I was tuning in, but we're still sort of standing by. What time does the window close here today?
We've got an hour and a half left.
Now it's until 4. It got extended.
They got extended till 4. Was that extended like the window opened and then they extended it, or
Yeah.
Yeah, it was extended right after the abort.
So maybe that's a good indication they're going to try to go for another shindig.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking, but we don't know for sure.
Yeah, we never know for sure. We're just sort of playing roadside rocket science. I love that. I love the phrase roadside rocket science. Can't wait until maybe I could put that on a t-shirt or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Someone should start working on that at some point. Make a really cool design that we're all like really excited to show people sometime.
Yes.
This is a dead air that Josh is talking about.
Have you guys seen? It's like a guy. He'll do a YouTube video. He'll read like YouTube questions and answers, but like the horribly misspelled ones. He did one for for Am I Pregnant, and he did one for What is Baby or something like that. Like,
and like
we should do one of those with all of our comments, but with Starship. What is Star Pip? What rocket? That might be fun. I'm gonna have to troll our chat at some point and just take all the weird stuff out of it and make a thing. Is that a thing you could like script, Michael? Like something to basically log chat and then make it searchable?
Funny you should ask. I already have that.
Gimme.
So, I can put any chat message that somebody sends on screen. So basically, I have all the chat messages coming in, going into a web interface, and I haven't made it so you can easily search right now. But if I go into my database management system, I can like type in a keyword, and it will give me every time somebody said that on the stream.
As a test, I'd said put this on stream. I don't believe you. I'd put a message in chat. This is a test of your skills.
Oh yeah, no problem, Jack. Put this on the screen. It's going on the screen right now. There it is. Take a look at that.
It just says chat, Jack Byer.
Put this on the screen.
Oh, well, let's put this on the screen. I'm good. I'm good at reading. Way to go. I like it.
Tobias, welcome to Capcom. We appreciate the support.
Thanks, Tobias.
And look at that, Jack. Look what's on screen now.
It just says new member Tobias.
Yeah, it doesn't say thank you for support, does it?
It does. I'm kidding.
I know.
Oh, humor. I'm good at this. Someone Zoom link Mr. Bergen in. He wants to hop on.
We're not
Guess
on
I could.
Zoom. We're not on
Oh
Zoom.
yeah, we're on Discord. Oh right, sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, I like this so much better than Zoom. I'm glad we're doing it through Discord now.
The audio preview is so much better.
So much better. And there's no.
I meant to say the video preview, not the audio preview.
Well, the audio is good too because there's no that weird robot like stretching or accordioning of audio.
Yeah. Chris
Chris,
B,
I
you
think-
are muted.
You're in, but you're muted.
It looks like his microphone might not be connected
Might be the same issue I had.
because he has a light gray microphone icon, not a dark gray. So found it. So Chris B, if you're listening, go into your user settings. That's in the bottom left region of Discord, and click the settings thing, and then go into voice and audio and settings, and make sure your voice input device is set to the proper microphone.
Timo Saloranta. Sorry. Welcome to Padrat. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And Carl Titan, will they make another attempt in chat? We're thinking so. We're hoping so. We don't know, but they extended the window 2 hours to 4 p.m. local, which gives them another hour and a half to do stuff. So we're here and we're waiting. Thanks for joining us. Chris, I heard your computer will work better if you run a magnet over the hard drive.
And now it says he doesn't have headphones, so he probably cannot hear us. So it's gotten worse.
It's gotten worse. Okay.
Now he's back to no microphone. Timo, thank you for upgrading to Red Team. We appreciate the support.
Yeah, thanks so much, Timo. I hope we're saying your name right, and I apologize if we're not.
We're probably not, but name pronunciation is not our strong suit.
We'll get better over time. Practice makes perfect. Everyone will understand.
Okay, Jack, pronounce the next super chat.
Jura. That's all I got. Jura.
Thank you for the support.
Tank Farm going crazy. Paul Miller, Kerbal question, KSP1 or KSP2 for my kids? I mean, I guess KSP2 isn't out yet, so your only choice is KSP1. And I would just say in general, I don't know really what to expect from KSP2, but it's probably a better question for DOS or some of the folks who are like really robust into Kerbal. I mean, I think if you have a kid and you're trying to have it be an educational experience, you probably, I don't know, would you want to go with like an unmodded, like kind of more stock, maybe even an earlier Kerbal? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think like Kerbal 1.8, Kerbal 1.9.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah, are really good. Unmodded, unmodded is easier to start learning how to play the game. Definitely before you go to mod, because I think it's a scaled version of Earth, so it's easier to get to orbit, so that you can just learn how to actually get to orbit and how things work in orbit. Than if you want to do real scale solar system or things like that.
Yeah, and KSP2 is not coming out until fall of 2021 now. It's been delayed, so you're going to be waiting a while.
So another good reason.
So then KSP1 and just install whatever the latest one is, because 1.9 is really rad.
Yeah,
Okay.
hey, I can chime in on that one. Unless there's an update, Michael. Was there an update?
Oh no, I was just going to say that Chris B has connected properly. So
Yeah, but have I? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
There we
can.
go.
There we go. Hey.
How's his audio balance? Do we need to bring him down on the server a little bit? Chat, let us know how Crispy was. How you doing, Crispy?
I'm doing well. I always sound very loud, so that's probably not helping at all. But yeah, I'm just joining in to see what's happening. We're gonna get a static fire for this one tonight or not. But yeah, hello to everybody in chat. I've been watching all the way through. Thanks for all your support. It's very much appreciated. I think I've got to keep talking so they can get my voice levels
Yeah,
right.
no.
Yeah.
See, I've trained Chris. and he knows when I ask
Yeah.
him to talk,
Just
so just
keep
talking.
Keep talking.
Okay, Jack, can you talk, please?
I'm talking. This is what it sounds like when I talk. This is my voice. I apologize for my voice.
I'm reducing the audio of DOS and both DOS and Crispy. They're both louder than the rest of us. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
It looks like we're good now. Chat, if you have any audio problems, let us know, and
Yeah.
we'll continue making adjustments.
We're gonna get a few people saying there's a Yorkshireman. That's a problem.
But as we were saying, DOS, about KSP.
Oh yeah, no. Well, really quickly, one of the cool things that Discord gives us that Zoom doesn't give us is we have the ability to manage people's audio levels. You can't do that on Zoom. It's just everybody is there, and you have to ask them, "Oh, turn up your mic a little bit. No, turn it back down. No, turn it back up." But Discord gives the server the ability to change their levels. So that's what we're doing there for the first time. But on KSP, I'd say just get the latest version. It used to be we'd say, "Oh, well, get KSP and then install this mod and then install this mod like Kerbal Engineer to get some of the engineering data." But subsequently, they added all that into the stock game. So if you just get the most recent version of Kerbal and you install it, it's got delta V, it's got the thrust to weight, it's got all the basic tools for the trajectories and stuff. So a little bit of knowledge required to sort of understand what those things are, but straight up stock KSP works really great for learning the basics of launching a rocket or the basic physics, the basic aerodynamics, that sort of stuff. And if you're a hardcore space fan and you want to get into, oh, well, now I'm playing realistic missions, you could do real scale, you could do different types of fuels, you could do all sorts of different mods and stuff. But for somebody who just wants to get the basics, a basic understanding of orbits or spacecraft, stock Kerbal is straight up fantastic these days. So we on my schedule, one of the things that I need to do coming up is do another boot camp. So I have older boot camps with older versions, and the boot camp always started, all right, here's how we'll play Kerbal. The first thing we do is install Kerbal Engineer. So we have some numbers to understand what's happening. And now that it's stock, I need to do another boot camp and upload that to YouTube and do it live on Twitch so people know how to use the most recent tools. The most recent, they've been around for almost a year now. So anyways.
Break.
It's cool too. You don't even need mods. So there's so much game in Kerbal that you don't. You can play this game.
Jack.
Yeah.
Crispy has made a good point. We need to cut you off.
There's some venting.
Side venting.
Yep.
That's the GOX vent valve, gaseous oxygen, as all that oxygen boils off. And that's part of what we want to see, a nice, happy, healthy venting rocket out on the pad.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're back into propellant loading operations, and they have recycled for another static fire attempt. So that is good news.
Excellent.
All right, back into prop load to the
And
Twitter
back
machine go.
to the timeline.
And then I did see another Kerbal question in chat. Somebody asked, how young can a kid start on Kerbal? I figure that's another good question for DOS.
Oh, geez. Let's keep watching the Starship venting.
The Kerbal people, I can answer this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, according to them, the youngest person they know that plays the game is 5 years old. So, young.
So my answer on that one, you can start playing Kerbal with your kids at any age. And so you could have a 1-year-old and they'll see the rocket launch, they'll be sitting in your lap or whatever, and you're playing the game while they sort of watch. And there's a lot of visual things that go on. And so I'll tell parents it's never too early to start sitting down and doing that. Now, of course, you're not going to sit there for 5 hours with the toddler in your lap or anything like that. But playing with them where you're controlling and they're sort of watching and helping you do things, there's so many ways to engage them, even if they're not the ones pressing the button. So let's write down a checklist of the things we need on our rocket. Let's make sure the pointy end is up. Let's make sure, what do we do next? You can engage them even if they're not controlling the mouse and keyboard. And then as they get older, where they have a little bit more proficiency with technology, using mouse and keyboard, being on the computer, 8, 9, 10, it's certainly capable for kids in that range to launch rockets into orbit. That's one of the things we do at the museum events. We have the interactive Kerbal booths. and the kids can come and they can sit down at the booth with the Kerbal Space Academy instructor. That's sort of like my Twitch thing, right? And the instructor will get them through launching a rocket into orbit, and they explain to the parents what's going on, and, oh, why do we launch over the water? We don't want it to crash on your house, all that sort of stuff. But you can get kids involved with Kerbal as a visual way to engage in rockets out of the box. I mean, just that's my sort of opinion on the matter.
Thank you to Brad and I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that second one, but thank you for for the new memberships. I keep mixing up super chats and new memberships, but thank you all for the support. And
I like the one comment where it says, "Stop babbling, there's a flare stack going on."
That wind is really going though. Look at that venting. It's just going straight to the left. And that flare stack, we still see that bit of gas before it gets ignited. So Jack might be right about that being part of the reason that the flare stack is struggling this afternoon.
I'm just looking at its side venting. We can remember from where we were last time before the siren occurred. I wonder how close we are to that point where Mary heard that siren, based on what we're seeing now. Because I think we are getting closer now. There's a lot of venting going on. It's not a detanking, it's a recycle by the look of things. So hopefully Mary will let us know if she hears that siren go off. And then we'll do the countdown again. Is Jack still here for the countdown?
Oh, I'm here. I'm happy.
Oh, brilliant.
Help.
You could do a countdown, Jack, because it worked at Treat last time, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it almost worked.
Yeah. Actually, it would have worked if you think about it, if they hadn't have scrubbed it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Trevor, for the super chat. NSF being absolute legends as usual. Thanks a ton for all the coverage. And a huge, huge thanks to Mary.
Yeah, that's huge. Such an important thing.
So next things you're looking for at this point are for the SpaceXers to return to watch the next attempt and for the sirens to give us a 10-minute warning for a static fire.
Tell you one thing that amazes me about these live streams is that there's nearly 4,000 people here. And like there's about 6 people have already said they're from Yorkshire.
No kidding.
Seriously, yeah, 6 people I've carried so far. Sheffield, Hull, and a few others. So it just shows how global it is, but also how localized it could be, even though we're like thousands of miles away. There's a London person here, Brighton. If you're from England, go and put it in chat, because I don't care if it annoys everybody. But Scunthorpe, Leeds, my God. Keighley, family in Keighley, Manchester, Bath. Look at the chat now for all the English lot.
Siren being reported on the forum from Nomad.
Siren?
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, Mary's saying it as well.
Siren.
10-minute siren. Right. Nobody panic.
All right, I got a timer set.
Arsenal versus York as well, and I've showed Michael Baylor Arsenal versus York as well on the YouTube video.
It went great.
Yeah, it was brilliant. That was a great result. That. Hang on, Mark, are you from York? There's actually someone from my city here.
There's so many people. Wow.
Yeah, Driffield.
Where's Shrewsbury?
Shrewsbury's down southwest. Yeah, I know this sometimes can annoy people in chat, but I like to see where people are from. It just shows how the global audience is, but also when you see people local to where you are, even though you're thousands of miles away, it really is amazing.
Yeah, it really is. I love when you can just see chat scrolling with all the different countries from around the world. It's an awesome feeling.
So if you're just joining us, we are within 10 minutes, hopefully, of a static fire attempt with Starship SN4. This will be the 4th total static fire, if it happens, with this vehicle. and the second static fire with Raptor SN20. After the first two static fires, they swapped out Raptor SN18 for Raptor SN20. So second static fire with this Raptor engine, and fourth total static fire with this vehicle.
And we think this Raptor's the one we're going to hop with, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully if all goes well. But we'll have to, it of course all depends on the data they get from it, and if it shows any signs of damage, they may have to swap out it for another one, but hopefully this will be the one.
Yep. And we're looking for that big flare stack. Well, I know we had quite a few recently, but the big flare stack that comes next should hopefully be the mark where we're 1 to 2. Is it 1 to 2 minutes away from the actual firing usually? I think I remember it being 1 minute before.
Yeah. And
Yeah, that's assuming they're following the same flow. They could be doing something.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
We're at 7.5 minutes away.
Right. Jack's got his timer out. This will be the first time with the load simulator on top as well, so that'll be interesting to see.
Another new variable.
It's quite a few.
Got a nice hat. Good.
Yeah, yeah. My tiny hat. Please, Jack, can you give me a render with saying tiny hat on?
Some people asking if we're working on getting local audio. Yes, that's on the list. We've just been tackling one thing at a time, and the biggest problems we were having were making it very inconvenient for Mary, and also we had to have a noisy inverter out there to convert the power. So we fixed all that, and the current solution looks like it's working great for Mary. We have no battery swaps today, as you can tell if you've been watching the stream for a while now. So we're making good progress on making this stream more convenient for Mary, and now that it is easy for her to set up, we'll work on fixing the audio communications issue as well as getting the external audio of what Starship is doing. So we're continuing to improve things, and Doss is probably about to chime in again, maybe, but yes, it's a work in progress.
There's a forklift guy.
Okay, what's the time, Jack? Talking while muted, as Doss would say.
That's a good question. I wonder if SpaceX employees are there now watching.
My mouth was full of food. No fair. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. So we're looking at 2:55 local.
And Mary's just said that the forklift was getting out of there, going back to his forklift yard. He's getting out of the way. He knows his reputation from last time.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Oh man, takes me back to watching all that when I was a kid. 5 minutes, everybody. 5 minutes. Put it off every episode with that cold open. Anyways, I'm old.
I'm not going to tweet. I'm not going to tweet this time. I'm just going to let it go to the static fire and then do a tweet when it does it. Because you know what happens when you tweet 5 minutes to a static fire? It doesn't happen.
Yeah, you've officially made it not
Yeah,
happen.
I've jinxed it. That's how it works.
And somebody asked why the camera just shaked. I think that was Mary. We lost the modem, but we have lots of redundancy. So we're working to bring that modem back online so that we have a stable connection through the static fire. But so far, all is looking good on our equipment, and that problem has now been resolved.
Back to the old days of people saying, can you do 8K with like thermovision? The main thing about this is the event and being able to watch it live, and that's the absolute bonus. Anything else we can do on top of that is just great, but really we can see the Starship, we can see it in good quality, we'll see the event if it happens, and that's all people really should care about right now.
Yeah, people also saying, or Mary's saying, I should say, the wind is picking up, so it is quite windy out there, so she's going to have to maybe make some adjustments to keep that tripod steady. But as you can see from that flare stack and that venting, it is really blowing out there.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes. Getting a lot of venting off the left side there. Hopefully, shortly we will see that venting cease or slow, and then we'll maybe potentially see the flare stack act up, and then hopefully in about 3 minutes we'll see a static fire. I should say no earlier than 3 minutes, because the 10-minute siren sounded, but it's not always exactly 10 minutes.
Yeah, he does like a tour. He does like a tour of the Boca Chica village, doesn't he? He literally goes around with his siren blaring. So when you actually hear the siren, he might have started it 2 minutes ago, or just started it and still doing another 2 minutes of siren. So it's
Exactly.
roughly 10 minutes. Yeah.
That's got to be so fun to do. I mean,
I
the
was
roads
just
out there
thinking that.
are very flat, and he just gets to drive around at full speed with his siren blaring with no one
Yeah.
else around.
Gets
Top
what did you do today? Oh, went round with my siren blaring because they're going to do it with a fire rocket.
Do we have a time check, Jack?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay.
You ask me generally every minute. You have a good internal clock.
And again, the call-outs Jack is giving are based on when the siren happened. The siren may not be precise to a minute in terms of how long it's going to be until the static fire, but it's still a good reference point as how close we are to the expected general time.
Exactly. We're at 2 minutes right now, according to my clock. And of course, you got to figure there's some lag in between the text from Mary getting to us that she heard the siren, and then me going to my phone and tapping the start of my timer while my hands are shaking because I'm excited like a dork. So roughly a minute 45, maybe minute 30, a little more, a little less away from a potential static. And this will be the fourth static fire for SN20, fourth static fire for Starship SN4, the second static fire for Raptor SN20. And we're at a minute 20. So, yep.
Looking
Oh yeah,
big.
and the first, go ahead.
I was looking for watch the flare stack now.
All right, yeah. Does it look like it's iced up? Is that a thing?
That's a good point.
I forget
Definitely
what
white,
it's
isn't it?
normal for it to look like. That'd be cool if it's frosty. I don't know if I've seen it look like that yet. And we're a minute away.
Right. 1 minute.
So let's watch and see if we can see any water deluge turn on at the bottom of the pad. That flare looks like it's getting bigger.
Yep,
Yeah,
there goes the
there we
large
go.
flare.
Right.
I'm showing 45 seconds. We're not seeing any condensation from the Raptor area of the vehicle, but we are seeing the flare get larger, which is a good sign. Hopefully that's a 1 minute flare, roughly 30 seconds out.
And that's again a rough estimate, not the exact time. We do not know the exact time.
I'm keeping quiet from now on.
Thank you for reiterating. It's rough. It's an estimate, and here we are. We're in the 15 seconds, roughly, maybe potentially. 10.
That GOX is still venting. That gaseous
5,
oxygen
4,
is still venting way
3,
too much, I think, for
2,
a static fire.
1.
They're still going crazy.
All right, so that's 10 minutes since siren.
But again, siren may not be precise, they keep saying, and there's also potential for built-in hold points. So we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, sometimes Big Flare has been a 2 minute
Whoa,
event.
the flare's going crazy now.
Sometimes Big Flare has been a 1 minute event. I think, if memory serves. So we're still tracking towards what appears to be a static fire here.
Flare is going wild. Look at that.
That's huge. Wow.
Whoa, that's not good. I don't think.
That is a geyser of methane.
Yeah. it's not brilliant.
It's fine. Somebody needs to put the picture of that little dog in there.
We really need that little dog.
Oh man.
Just a tiny one, like just a couple pixels high, a couple pixels wide, just right there.
Everything's fine.
This is
Elon did say they're going to get rid of it. They're going to do like some solar power regeneration of the venting of the methane. So I think it's in its final days.
There you go.
Oh! Look at that.
All right.
Big static fire.
successful static
That's
fire.
a static fire.
Yep.
And it's still there.
Now
Okay,
let's
let's
look
get to
for
the fire.
Fire.
let's look for secondary flames.
No fire. I don't think.
Hey,
Hey, it worked.
All right, no fire.
Good job, SpaceX.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone who's working their butt off.
And she's still standing.
they didn't use insulation with paper outer wrapping this time, which is a good thing to do.
See some people in chat saying pre-burner. Yeah, that was pretty fast. I'm
That
not
was-
sure. What do you guys think?
A pre-burner wouldn't create force, so the dust
That
wouldn't
was-
come up on a pre-burner.
That was definitely a static fire.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to be. I don't know if it was as long as usual, but again, we do not know how long they were targeting. But that was. I just checked the video. That was 100% a static fire.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Pre-burner would be a ball of flame at the bottom, and a static fire actually creates force out of the Raptor and impacts the ground below it and blows dust everywhere. But we wouldn't expect to see that big billow of dust on a pre-burner test.
Awesome.
Whew. Thank you, one little Verizon modem. We appreciate you hanging in there.
Yeah, what we didn't tell everyone because we didn't want anybody to freak out is that we lost. I thought we had fixed it, but we did actually lose one of our two very good modems. But the one modem held in, so we're all good.
Yeah, I'm always back here monitoring things, especially before a big event like that. And we only have Verizon signal on the roof here. The AT&T modems aren't doing anything. So normally we run two AT&T, two Verizons, and one of the Verizon modems went offline like at T-minus 10 minutes, sometime right before then. So it was one of those situations where don't touch it. It's still working. Don't try to fix it. You may break it worse. So
So there's me, right, saying I won't say anything during a stack fire. And of course, I just recorded the clip and tweeted it, and there's just me babbling all over it about methane stacks.
It looks like the smoke coming from the grass just went away, so that's a good sign. We want to
yeah.
We don't want them to like cause any fires around the pad, but it looks like right now the pad is in a stable condition, at least much more stable than the previous static fire. So all looks great with Starship SN4 right now. That was a good static fire with the mass simulator for the first time.
Yep, and now we have a whole bunch more data for the teams to comb through and gather up and compare with the previous static fires from this very same vehicle. And they'll be able to undoubtedly progress their knowledge of the Starship system with the data that they just gathered, which is so cool.
I like what somebody in chat said about a mass simulator. It's like it has real mass. It's not simulating mass. It actually does have mass.
That's clever. But it's simulating the mass of something else I
Yes.
immediately thought of, which makes
Like a
me
mass
sad.
stand-in
It
or
is-
something. Like
Yeah, it is clever though. It does have mass. It's not simulated.
That was so exciting. I forgot to update the timeline in a timely manner. My bad.
oh geez.
And now it says static fire complete, not propellant loading.
We were just confirming. We
Yay.
were confirming.
Yeah, we got that.
I was trying to do that in a timely manner so that if somebody wanted to like go back and find where the static fire happened on the stream, they would see it change when it happened. But my bad, I forgot about that.
Well,
I'll
Linda,
do better
Linda,
next time.
it's right there before 3 p.m. CDT on the clock. We got that clock now.
Yeah.
Do you think they would static fire twice ever? There's not much venting.
I don't know.
I mean,
That's out of my pay grade.
they only have an hour left in the current window, so that might get tight for detanking in time. But we do have the time of the static fire was at 2:57 p.m. local time. So if we want to watch it again, rewind the video to 2:57 p.m. Central Time. That's in the upper left-hand corner, just that clock. And you can use that as a reference to watch the static fire again. But we're going to stay watching this Starship as long as it's active. We don't want to cut away.
All right, you guys. I just got a weather warning over at my house, so I got to go get some stuff inside. So I'm out, but great work, everyone, and glad we got a good static fire.
Stay safe, Chris.
Take it easy, Chris.
All right, bye, guys.
I've never known how bad Florida weather could be until I basically got to know you guys and covered this. Seriously, we all grew up in England. The rest of English people in here will back me up thinking it was like Miami Vice all the time, literally like sunny and warm all the time. No hurricanes or anything like that.
Did y'all? I'm gonna put this in the control room real quick. There is an image that everybody on the call should look at in the control room. We need to determine if we should release that or not.
I say let's go for release.
Yeah, I say release it.
Ship it. Ship
Okay,
it.
I'm working on it. Who,
All
who,
right,
made,
cool.
who made that?
Mark.
On our
Yeah, Art.
I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
he would. Yeah,
Alright.
Mark, very much into that sort of thing.
okay, in work.
That picture is a visual metaphor for all of 2020.
Sorry, chat, for the delay. I'm getting it set up, and I'm also watching Starship, but it looks like it's fairly stable. I don't want to like cover something up, so I think
Yeah. That's I've been watching it as well.
Nothing's on fire, so yeah. It's looking
that was
good.
Mark, our webmaster, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Mark. Mark
Yeah.
Geddes.
I'm just making sure I spell his name correctly.
Oh, hang on.
I got it. We're good. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here's
Just
a
flip it
meme.
open before they're closed.
Here's a meme to keep you all entertained.
It is fun. Gabby, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for the insane amount of streams. Can we hope for a hop soon with this success? As per usual, double thanks to Mary.
Warhawk me also said, buy a siren for Mary and we won't have to wait.
I'm
We
not
could
tweeting that in case Elon sees it and takes it wrong way.
Oh no, it's a meme. Elon.
Oh, that's a good
Elon-
point. Yeah, he's a meme
Yeah.
lord, isn't he? He's a meme lord.
Yeah.
That's a good
Jeez.
point.
You know, in OBS, we could just add that little dog as a layer that we could turn on and off.
Do it.
Like right next
Do
to the
it.
flare stack.
Yeah, Jack has
Seriously,
spoken.
do it.
Oh my God, John Krause is in the chat.
no.
Everybody stop what they're doing and praise
We're-
to the man, the legend that is John Krause right now.
You know, our real friends are our friends that show up in chat or whatever
Yeah,
along the way.
the chat you make along the way. It doesn't really work when I say it.
Yeah, it's really simple, and yet I find a way to butcher it every time.
It's a random thought, but how many companies in the world on a Wednesday make a launch attempt to launch astronauts, and then on a Thursday static fire a vehicle that is going to hopefully return humans to the moon and Mars?
It's crazy, isn't it? No one else is doing this. None of the other companies are doing this. I know Blue Origin probably will do eventually. They'll be like this, but right now, nobody's doing anything like this.
I mean, I know sometimes you feel like our YouTube channel is becoming like, too biased because it's all SpaceX, but it's only SpaceX that produces this amount of constant news and constant things happening.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's just a steamroller.
I was fearing that on my Twitter feed that everything I was doing with SpaceX and is it because Elon's following you? It's not. It's just literally what is in the news. I've tweeted about ULA this morning. I've tweeted about Rocket Lab about an hour ago. But apart from that, there's nothing else I could have tweeted about apart from SpaceX stuff. So it's just how it is. They're just dominating with everything going on.
And of course,
And
we
it's
might.
also, I mean, this is in a field in Texas, right? Like, it's out in the open. Surely there's plenty of companies building and testing things every day, but not out in the field out in Texas to where we can all see it and be roadside rocket scientists. So
A question about the man with an accent. That is Chris Bergen, the managing editor of NASASpaceflight.com.
Representing Yorkshire.
the man, the myth, the legend.
That's always the best thing when you go on phone calls with Americans and they know you're English, but they expect some like Hugh Grant accent on the other end, and they get me. I think it's Game of Thrones. What's going on here?
So the crazy thing is that if the current schedule holds, we expect. Well, we obviously had demo 2 launch attempt yesterday. We had a static fire today. We're now expecting more static fire activity tomorrow, and then another Demo 2 launch attempt on Saturday. So there's just nonstop SpaceX activity. And then if all goes well, we could have the hop as soon as Monday. So that is your SpaceX schedule for the rest of this week and into early next week. And it is jam-packed with everything except Sunday having activity right now.
And the caveat to remember is that the weather for Saturday and Sunday's attempts of Demo 2 are pretty bad. So we might see those delayed further as well, which might see the hop come first. I don't know. It depends, really. I know Elon said he wants to concentrate fully on Demo 2, which is completely right for him to say. So it'll be interesting to see how much this hop event will be pushed back to maybe make sure that they're all prioritizing on Demo 2 successfully arriving at the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see the hop happen first unless Demo 2 slips a lot, but we'll see.
Yeah.
What's the latest weather for Demo 2 on Saturday? Last one we got was
Eric Berger tweeted it. Let me have a look.
It's 40% go now.
There we go.
40%. And it's 40% for Sunday too. And again, that's just the launch weather, not the abort weather. So it could actually be worse. We don't know.
Will I rebrand the site? No. The site's name goes back to when we first started, which is covering shuttle. We nearly called it Shuttle Spaceflight, which wouldn't have aged very well. NASASpaceflight still works because technically NASA is all encompassing of everything that's going on, including what SpaceX are doing. So no, we won't be changing to SpaceXSpaceflight.com. It's a mouthful anyway. It's a mouthful. SpaceXSpaceflight.com. No, don't think so. But thanks for the super chat, by the way. Too busy looking at the question.
Tell us about STS-127 scrubs.
I'll tell you what, I could tell you about some scrubs. During that period, STS-122 was a famous one because it had what's called an eco sensor, which is a little sensor on the bottom of the fuel tank on the external tank, which would tell it when it was running low on fuel. Got to 5%, you've got to cut the engines, otherwise you're basically sucking in nothing, and that'd blow up the engines. And they had, how many? It was about 8 scrubs because of these sensors. And all it was a wiring called LH2 feed line. And that was just one wire in there which was playing up. And that's what was causing all these scrubs. We've got about 30 PDFs on it in L2.
So just
Yeah,
go
for it.
I was going to say, if you're just tuning in, we did see a good static fire at around 2:57 p.m. Central Time, if you want to scroll back and find it. And we now believe they're going to detank the vehicle, and then hopefully we'll see crews return to the pad shortly after that to signal the end of testing for today. But it did look like from what we could tell, other than some flare stack craziness, everything with the vehicle itself looked perfect. So a really good static fire. The mass simulator, or extra mass, did not seem to cause any issues. That's that new object on top of the vehicle, or the top hat, as Crispy calls it. And everything looked great. So hopefully we are making progress towards the 150-meter hop, which we all are so excited to see, because seeing this thing fly is going to be insane.
It'll also allow them to get the other starships into the line, because they've got SN5 in the high bay ready to pretty much roll to the launch site. They've got SN6 sections already being set ready for stacking. And with Mary spotted SN7 rings already. So they've got starships literally queuing up to come out to the launch pad.
Yeah, if they wait another week, they're basically going to have 2 starships fully built and just waiting.
Yep.
It's like a traffic jam coming out of one of the tents there.
Need more roll lifts, don't they? They need like a fleet of roll lifts like they got United Rentals cranes.
It makes me wonder when they make their first super heavy prototype, whether that's just a test tank article or whatever. Do you think that will be like SN1 for super heavy, or do you think that will we'll see like SN11 on some rings, and at some point we'll be like, oh, that ends up actually being a super heavy?
Good question. What do you think, Michael?
Sorry, what was the question? I was dealing with something else for a
Well,
second.
we're thinking about when we'll suddenly start seeing super heavy rings being built up because
Oh,
they're all the same rings, aren't they, technically? So it's a question if they put a bunch of rings out called SN11, it might not be a Starship, it might be a super heavy.
I don't know for sure, but I think we'll probably see the super heavy launch site, if that's either going to be 39A in Kennedy Space Center or here in Boca Chica. I think we'll have to see more progress on that before it makes sense for them to build a super heavy. Because right now, if they built a super heavy, they have no place to launch it. They can't just put it on a launch stand like they did with Starship because there's too much thrust coming out of that thing.
Yeah, I mean, like they're making so many barrel sections so rapidly. It's interesting to think like, will there be a transition at some point from SN 20 something, and then we'll see another SN1 and be like, wait a minute, SN1, that's a Starship, that must be a super heavy. Or if they'll just continue naming these barrel sections sequentially, and one of them will just graduate to being a super heavy whenever they're ready to make one.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they'd give it a different name.
Yeah, I
Just
do too.
Yeah,
they
but
don't do it for our benefit, do they? They do it for their own benefit, for when they're moving things. So I think they will give it a different name.
I sort of dread that though, because then we'll get into SN1 all over again. People will say, "What
Yeah.
SN1? I thought we already had an SN1." And
They could call
more
it
SpaceX
SS.
naming.
They call it
True.
SSN1.
There you go. Yeah,
That'll go around it.
sounds kind of cool. More Star Trek-y too.
I hope they go back to the BFR name personally. I've said it before. Just call it BFR.
It's superior.
Yeah.
I like it better.
I like seeing the media dance around the F word, thinking, "Oh, we'll call it Big Falcon Heavy." Well, that's how we'll do it.
Yeah, it's tricky too, because like Starship being the second stage, but also Starship being the name of a full stack, because saying Starship and Super Heavy is like not concise enough. It's less than precise, and a good name should be precise. BFR, BFS, done. But then I guess when you call it combined,
I thought it was very much like an Elon thing, so I kind of like that, where it was just different. But it's presumed that when NASA started sniffing around for the HLS and what have you, they had to give it a proper name, so that's why they've renamed it.
Yeah, that makes sense. What was the timing on the clock for static fire? So I'm seeing people in the chat ask.
1 second. Oh, there you go.
2:57. Yeah, Mr. Gonzalinator in chat is saying, could you guys throw up a T+ on screen after a static fire so we can easily find it in the stream? That's not a bad idea.
I have another solution. I'm working on it right now.
Working on another solution right now.
Okay, so if you look at the ticker, it now tells you when it happened.
Hey.
Nice.
Careful, Jack. No singing. NBC will class it as copyright. Too soon.
Again, if you have any questions in chat, just tag at NASASpaceflight.
A lot of people ask me if they think it's detanking, or if we think it's detanking.
Yeah, I think so, probably.
Have we seen the big venting yet, where they really kind of like release the pressure?
Nope.
No, I don't think we had.
So I'll move the. No, I'm just going to remove the timeline for now because we don't really know what's happening at this point.
Brad Anderson, all the stuff about the copyright strike in NBC, the live stream for our Demo 2 live stream yesterday had a copyright strike on it this morning. It was swiftly resolved. Seemed like it was some sort of automated system caught it, and once they noticed after our vociferous outbursts, warranted.
When Tim did his tweet, I thought, right, they're in trouble now.
Yeah, so thankfully they made it right, at least as right as it can be, given the weirdness of the current system where they just get to do that. But it is what it is. Everything's fine now. We're just being cheeky and saying, "Oh, haha." Hope we don't get caught.
Yeah, we're not asking for a boycott of NBC programming.
Joey Schwartz is saying that winds in the Canadian abort recovery zones this is talking about Denver too, obviously, on Saturday are 25 to 30 knots with 2-meter waves. So that sounds a bit borderline, but we'll see.
It sounds not great. Sounds less than great.
And Jonas asks, do you think they'll be able to even test super heavy in Boca? Yes, I do, because they've built the pad for it. Well, I said they built a pad. They've made a zone for it. It's got a big sign that on the gateway saying super heavy launch site. So they have a plan to set up that area next to the Starship pad to launch super heavy from.
Even if they never launch a super heavy from Boca for whatever reason, if they build them and fired them in Boca and then transported them to Kennedy and launched them from the Kennedy Starship pad, I could totally see that as being a thing, in the same way that they test fire Falcon 9s at McGregor before shipping them to Florida. I could totally see Boca, even if it doesn't end up being a full-on launch site, still being a build site, because they're clearly investing a lot of time and a lot of money into the workforce there.
You know what, Jack? I've never thought about that, but that's very interesting, because they have transported parts for Starship testing from Florida to Texas on that barge route. So yeah, they could do it the other way
and it's
around.
right there. It's just a quick hop right around the Gulf. You know what I mean? It's not too prohibitive to a thing to think about, transporting a Starship that way. So that's not out of the realm of question, if you ask me.
That's good.
And there's no they're originally planning to build them at the port of LA, and it sounds like they might start up some activity there again, but it would be a lot harder to transport a vehicle this size all the way through the Panama Canal than just through the Gulf. But we'll see what happens.
Yep. And I will point out, unfortunately, there was the recent stuff with Elon and the state of California. So the Port of LA reopening thing for SpaceX activities there preceded sort of the bad blood between Elon and California. So I don't know to what extent those plans might be off the table, given that, that posturing. But I live in LA. I'm 45 minutes away from the port, and all of our port stuff is now in Florida. So I'm sure hoping that we get some stuff back. And I would love to see even Starship parts be manufactured close to me. And, I would bring you footage and video of it if they did. So hopefully that's still on. But I am less than optimistic, given the tenuous nature of it at the beginning, and the fact that there's plenty of rumors and straight up discussions out there about SpaceX and Tesla not being happy with California. So it is what it is.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a negotiation where someone changes seats, someone loses their job, someone gets a job, and they all kiss and make up, and everything gets better again. So hopefully, it'll be something like that. Because, California and SpaceX, to lose SpaceX from California, never mind Tesla, just bad because of Vandenberg. I'd love to see them launching more from Vandenberg in the near future.
Would any of us like to see them launching more from Vandenberg?
Yeah, so they've got to keep a presence there. That's one thing.
Yeah, and thankfully, I don't think there was any actual discussion about SpaceX specifically. I think it was all sort of on the Tesla side, but you can extrapolate.
Right.
But
yeah.
It is what it is.
I mean, SpaceX is totally separate because they are allowed to work no matter what because they're essential. So.
Yeah, and plus there's California has such a depth and breadth of aerospace knowledge and experience, and all of the aerospace engineering that goes on here, from the Skunk Works to Plant 42 to Rocket Time, right?
Yes.
I might be misremembering that, but yeah, there's an insane. You might not think it. When you think of LA, you might think of Hollywood and movie stars, but there's a huge aerospace industry here, and with that comes a very experienced and deep workforce. So hopefully that is something that keeps SpaceX in LA for a long time, because selfishly I prefer them to stay, because I love having them be a local company.
Yeah, I think some of my fear about Vandenberg goes back to my shuttle days because of the near miss we had with shuttle going there. So
Yep.
yeah, it's kind of like, you want to see dual pads. I mean, luckily SpaceX got that now, but it's just that West Coast site. There's some romanticism about it for me.
Yeah, I've been to the Delta 2 pad at Vandenberg, the Atlas pad at Vandenberg, SpaceX's
Yeah.
pad, and Slick 6. And Slick 6 is, there's nothing like it. It's
Yeah.
completely different than everything else there. It's its own beast, and it's a beautiful, beautiful place. And anytime I'm there, I feel like it's hallowed ground. It's a sacred place, and it's just so special. I feel so lucky to have gotten to shoot launches there, and I hope to get to shoot more there sooner rather than later. Vandenberg is an amazing, amazing place.
I'm reading chat for more questions. Some people wondering if the tank fuselage production is expected to be the bottleneck. I am struggling to talk after all these live streams for the past 2 days, but I don't think so. I think based on what Elon has said, Raptor production seems to be the thing they're most concerned about. Elon keeps talking about the importance of getting Raptor production up to an engine a day or faster. So I think Raptor production will probably be the constraint. They're going to need 31 Raptors for one Super Heavy. So if it takes a month to produce a Raptor, that's a long time to create a Super Heavy. So they're going to have engines coming off the production line at least once a day, probably even faster than that if they want to have a huge fleet of vehicles. But again, this is one thing where reusability really helps you. Like if you reuse your rockets, it's not just saving you money, it's also saving you production because you don't have to build a new one each time. So like Rocket Lab, for example, has said that they are reusing rockets not because it saves money necessarily, but because it's going to help them ramp up their production.
Yeah, you got to figure in all of this, there's multiple constraints, and one of those constraints is money, but another constraint is time and human timescales. And especially, it seems for Elon and SpaceX, they're motivated to get to Mars as soon as possible before this sort of window where we're able to closes. So yeah, we need to get there and get there as fast as possible. So
some questions about the second launch stand. That's the stand you're saying just to the right of the vehicle right now. It doesn't look like, at least in the pictures I've seen from Mary, that it's in a location that is probably going to be permanent. It looks like it's mostly just kind of sitting on the ground there and not bolted down or anything. So I'm guessing once they complete it, they may swap it out for the current launch stand, or at least move it somewhere else. But I don't think that's going to be its permanent spot. That's just my observation. And therefore, I don't know for sure. I can't say if they're going to be adding a second launch stand so they could do parallel testing flows, or if it's going to replace the current launch stand, in which case we'll obviously still only have one place to test from. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in terms of where that thing goes. But if I had to guess, I would say it's most likely maybe a replacement for the current stand with some minor improvements. But again, we'll have to wait and see.
And Jay Keegan asks, would they need to have a launch control center, mission control center in Boca Chica to launch Starship missions from there? They've got a control center as such in the building. You'll have seen in some of Mary's videos where they do the job hiring and whatever. Yeah, they've got some rooms in there to control these tests. Yeah. But I think, yeah, would they need a proper launch control center like they've got in Hawthorne? Or I should say more like near 39A, where they can control launches from there. Yeah, sure they would. And there's plenty of space there. I mean, you've seen how much they're building up recently with the new buildings. They could easily build another building around that local area. So yeah, they will probably need another building for it when they actually start launching missions proper. But for the test phases, I think they're fine as it is now with what they've got.
I wonder to what extent they would just control a launch from Hawthorne.
Yeah, they could do.
That's something I don't know that we know the answer to in terms of for Starhopper. When Starhopper did its hops, was that controlled from Hawthorne? Was that controlled from Stargate? Was it a combination of the two? That's something I would really love to know the answer to. I always, anytime Elon is tweeting, I can never think of any good questions to ask him, and I will not remember this one. Rest assured, next time he tweets.
You know what? I've got a feeling they're going to build some more facilities there because of the amount of people that
Oh,
work in there. I mean, it's
without
90
question.
people now, so yeah, you're going to need modern food trucks to keep them happy. So I can
And
imagine
give
building some
it,
kind of complex with that kind of facility inside, probably.
yeah, give it a couple of years. It'll look like Kennedy. It'll be
Yeah.
a series of buildings everywhere, and yeah, it's gonna be a lot.
George is saying the second launch stand is upside down and not the same design. So yeah, they're probably making some improvements. I wouldn't imagine it would be very unlike SpaceX to build two pieces of hardware that are exactly the same. They're constantly improving things.
Yeah, and that it's upside down isn't a big deal. I mean, they frequently will make something upside down because it's easier to work on it that way and flip it over when they're done. So
And Doug says, money for It's Fine Dog. That was the meme that Mark created. So thank you for that. And thanks to Mark for that content, which got us a super chat. Mark's been helping out for a lot of our merchandise designs. So if you like that, meme he made, hopefully you will appreciate the shirt designs. They're certainly creative and not just something boring that says like SpaceX on the front or something.
Yeah, you see, the thing with a new store for a site like ours is to try and be unique, which is the whole point of the site. You know, you don't want to be like everyone else and do the same things everyone else. That's pointless. You got to do something different and something unique. So, people like Mark on board is going to be very handy for that.
Yeah, and also we obviously have to be creative because we do not have the rights to the SpaceX logo or anything like that. So we have to make our own content.
Yep.
And just oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that Mary got to go inside a building, and not a SpaceX building. I'll be clear about that. But she has managed to find some air conditioning, so that is nice.
That was literally what I was going to bring up. So yeah, we're on the same wavelength there.
Yes, if anybody's worried about Mary being out there in the heat, she has found some air conditioning, and thanks to our new hardware, this camera can literally just run without any maintenance unless we have like a modem fail or a technical issue, in which case Mary will run back outside. But ideally, we could theoretically stream basically nonstop now with our current equipment. But in reality, things obviously break from time to time.
And that's one thing I've not appreciated when I didn't know about live streaming, because obviously I'm from writing background, is the amount of effort that goes into this. It's crazy. I mean, we got Michael to thank for producing and whatever. We've got Daz, especially to thank for setting a lot of this up. We've got all the team, but it's the amount of hardware required. It's not just pointing a phone at Starship and hoping for the best and putting it over like Facebook Live. It doesn't work like that. It's this big solar 4 modem things which you got to suck bandwidth, and then you got to get them connected. You got to stream them properly. You got to set them up. You got to put what Michael puts on the outlines there with the tickers and what have you. So there's a lot of effort that goes into it. It surprised me a lot, I must say.
And it even surprised me too, even though I helped Doss with this stuff. Doss has so many things he has to make sure work perfectly, or else the production quality is not high enough. Like if you take a bad photo or something, or a low resolution photo of some exciting space development, like a fairing catcher boat getting new arms or something, for instance, that'll still get people excited because they'll see that and it's enough information to tell them that something happened to the boat that's new and cool.
Yeah.
But if you try to stream that and it's poor quality, people will complain nonstop that they cannot properly see what's happening, that the audio is not good enough and whatnot. So when you're streaming, you really have to make sure that the quality is as high as possible. People are a lot more picky when it's in a video format versus photos, at least from what I found.
That's one of the reasons why Mary's videos come in so handy, because she can record them in great quality, and we can do like these, which Jack does, these edits where we've got the day's events almost all in like 8 minutes with the photos as well. So you got the high quality photographs, you got the great quality video. You can catch up with the day's events, and a day in Boca Chica, a lot of things happen. So it's great to use those videos to catch up and then complement them with these live streams of the live events.
I sometimes worry when I'm making those that they minimize everything that happened that day and that Mary had to do to capture everything that day. because it zips by in 8 minutes or 10 minutes and you see it all. But I mean, that requires going to multiple different locations, multiple different times, waiting for hours on end for things to happen in front of the camera. It's intense. It's a lot. And I hope that comes through in the videos, that everything is all like the sheer scale of what's going on. And it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, if we put the videos on as Mary sends them in the clips, end to end, without any time lapsing, without any editing, it'd be about an hour long.
Yeah,
She
each
takes
one
a
would be
lot of
around
content.
an hour long. Yep, that's
Yeah.
about right. And my very favorite thing to do with the daily videos, if you guys watching right now don't watch the daily videos, check one out. My very favorite thing to do is to take one of the photos, which are always such high detail and high resolution compared to video. You take one of the photos, and I just love to just show it for a couple seconds and then zoom way in on one tiny little part of the photo that might be a detail that you would overlook.
Yeah.
But it's something cool that if you are able to zoom in, you can see. And so you as a viewer don't actually have to go on the forums or go on Twitter and tap on a photo and discover the thing and then double tap the photo and pinch to zoom or anything. You can just sit back and kind of watch, and I can sit there and highlight all the cool little drawings or doodles on the rings. Or it's just so fun to be able to pick and choose, like, this is the cool thing I'm going to show everyone today.
It's great as well because the quality of the zoom is amazing, because you've got these literally right next to the workers. And the funny story is, Mary knows some of the workers. They all know her from, she's always around the area and what have you. And they appreciate the fact that she's documenting their work. And then if they do accidentally put their faces in view, it's edited out before it ever sees any kind of public forum. So they know they're protected as well, which is just great. It's just nice mutual relationship there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we obviously don't want to be doing anything that would make them uncomfortable. So it's really nice to see that Mary and the local Boca Chica workers have such a good connection. And, if anything were to change, they would communicate with her and whatnot. So we obviously know that what we're doing does not bother them, because Mary has a good relationship, which is super important.
Yeah, the last thing we want to do is be a bother or a hassle. I mean, we are a media organization. We are going to cover this stuff no matter what, but we're also not trying to be jerks. So
yeah,
we're not trying to be TMZ.
Well, it's important because
exactly.
Yeah, a lot of the media
Elon's
these days.
Plane flying into the airport. Elon in Texas tonight. Yeah, no, it's not us.
But it does. I mean, that's the way the media is moving these days. It's a food fight. It's I'm just going to stop there because there's big venting from the top and from the middle. So this is the proper detanking.
Finally, yeah.
Yep. So we've got a Starship that's passed another static fire test second with SN4 Raptor, and she's still standing. So this one, they've got the design right, because we've had no pops, we've had no crumplings, we've had no nasty events, which have really been the Starship's fault itself.
Well, now we've got the mass simulator on top, and they're detanking. So if we would see any sort of weird crumpling and popping, I presume now would be the time, given that this is when the previous one happened, and the previous one didn't have a big old chonkin top hat on there. Very technical term. I don't know. It's rocket science. I don't know if you guys would know that term, chonkin.
I think by the silence, probably not.
I was just being
And thank you, Mark, for the super chat. Great work, Mary. You need another cold one. She's having a cold one.
Thanks, Mark.
Nose cube. Trevor says it's a nose cube. Well, that's the point. It's quite a lot of weight on there. If it's detanking, it'd be depressurizing. It'd be all the cryos in work. Yeah.
I love nose cube.
This is not the time you want to see this nose cube fall down the middle of it.
I freaking love nose cube. It's so perfect.
We're going with that, running with that from now on. We'll copyright it, Trevor. We'll call it nose cube from now on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, official nose cube. Thank you.
Yeah, that 150 meter hop net Monday, it's more to do with the closures and the FAA and the restrictions and what have you. it never really works that way. You got to get to that point before we can really start calling it. So yeah, it is really net, as you say it is. It's no earlier than, but I think we're gonna get DM2 out of the way first. John's back with his NBC reference about the term Nurse Cube. Copyright.
The real NBC copy strikes are the
Oh.
nose cubes we make along the way.
Oh. Why didn't I think of that?
And we still don't have confirmation about the flight permit, the experimental permit that SpaceX would need to do a 150-meter hop with the FAA. The FAA's website, though, I should note, does not always update in a super timely fashion. So just because it's not showing up on the website does not necessarily mean that SpaceX has not been granted one. So we might just have to wait and see. And well, we will obviously find out on Monday. That's the earliest day it could happen. If they've completed the static fire testing by then and then proceed with the hop, that might be the only way we find out that they have a permit. So it's just a wait and see thing. But just because you don't see a permit on the FAA's website does not necessarily mean that it does not exist yet.
One of our members, Tobias, says, let's put a Crew Dragon on SN4 and do Demo 3.
Yeah, we'll do Jim Bernstein will react to that. Be like, no, Elon, please, no.
Again, I'm just checking the FAA website right now just to make sure I haven't missed any changes, but it's still only for Starhopper, and I'm not seeing any amendments to that permit. The Starhopper permit authorized one flight to 150 meters of a vehicle with a limited amount of propellant. So they obviously used that permit with Starhopper's 150-meter test. So now they either need an amendment to that permit or an entirely new permit for Starship. "30 metric tons at liftoff" was the propellant load, maximum propellant load for the Starhopper tests.
John Krause asking what I had for breakfast. Yeah, that was quite interesting. The interest in the astronauts' breakfast. That's basically became the first and last question of all the press conferences for some reason. I know it's an item of interest. It's like, he's sending the cheese upon the Crew Dragon. It's
because it's because when you don't answer something that you would think would be an obvious throwaway question, and when you make it seem like there's an elusive answer to it for some reason, or even no good reason, people will then people sense that and then pick up on it. It's like seeing one animal in the pack like looking slightly weak. You ask a question, you get a weird answer to it or an unexpected answer. Suddenly, everyone's going to have that same question.
Yeah.
So what did Crispy have for breakfast?
I had cornflakes.
Cornflakes.
Yeah.
Why not frosted
or
flakes?
plain?
Because it takes about 5 seconds to do because I was late for work.
Are cornflakes separate and distinct from frosted flakes?
Yes. They're the exact same
Hang on.
cereal.
Yeah, I'll have to link you. I'll get the packet on here and I'll link it up. Because this is an important thing. People on the stream want to know about this.
I mean, he is from England, so it might be different. But in the US, cornflakes are just cornflakes, and frosted flakes are the exact same thing as cornflakes, just with a layer of sugar on top.
Yeah.
Let's put the longest URL possible in the chat and see if it works.
D Denver, thank you so much for the super chat for Nose Cone IP Legal Defense Fund. Did you put cornflakes in before?
I'm trying to.
Work?
I've actually broken the chat for some reason. There we go. Right.
Did you put cornflakes
there we go.
before or after the milk?
And ironically, I got it from a US website, Target. So you do have these things there.
Yeah, that looks like the America branded cornflakes.
Well, that's the same as ours.
But did you put the cornflakes in the bowl before the milk?
Yeah, of course you do. I'm not some thieving.
The real question is when you make a root beer
hang on.
float.
Hang on. I'm not letting this go. Who puts their cornflakes in after they put the milk in? That makes no sense. They'll just float
Yeah,
from top.
if you do that, you're a monster.
Yeah.
John,
How do you know how much milk you need?
And for people
John-
just joining us,
John Krause had to put in chat what he ate today. Because he asked Chris.
is he asking another question? I've missed it.
No, somebody else was asking John Krause what he ate for breakfast, and I
Ah,
thought it was a
right,
good
yeah.
question. So now I'm asking John what he ate for breakfast.
Nobody do anything until it's like a static fire when the first
He
like
didn't eat
no one do anything
breakfast.
until he answers.
I actually slept in enough to where it was wise to wait for lunch to eat, at which I had a chicken Caesar salad wrap. John, why were you sleeping in so late? Nothing happened yesterday.
We've got Eric Ralph in here as well now. These are important questions. I'm just fearing people just literally clicking on the webcast link now and thinking, wow, this is what they talk about on these.
Root beer float, ice cream first or root beer first?
The hell? Ice cream first?
Making it-
No. Second. Ice cream second.
Michael,
Oh, what was the question? Sorry.
when you make a root beer float, ice cream first or ice cream second?
I don't like root beer floats,
Get out.
but I would say ice cream first.
You're wrong.
Yeah, he's very wrong.
It makes the root beer fizz up too much. You got to put the root beer in. It's the opposite of cereal. That's why I bring it up. Anyways.
So
Don't
I think we're gonna have to mute John Krause. Single-handedly destroying this live feed.
Yeah, no more food discussion.
Yeah. What's your perfect Sunday?
Is a cheesecake a pie or a cake?
No, you don't need my opinion at all. Trust me, my opinion counts for very little, as everyone else knows.
A hot dog is a sandwich the same way a square is a rectangle.
I can agree with that. Fixed grin in the chat says, but what about bluebirds?
Oh, God, yeah. They became unfeasibly popular for some reason, didn't they?
Yeah. I can't figure out why for the life of me.
Yeah.
All right,
John-
so if you're
John's not letting
one
it
of
go.
the go ahead. I
John
didn't hear what you
Krause
said.
is not letting it go. He's not. He's uncontrollable.
So do you like jazz?
He's trying his best to derail us.
Yeah. He's working for spaceflight now.
The truth comes out.
Where are we anyway? Still
We're,
detanking.
we're staying live because we want to make sure that we don't miss anything. And Mary has apparently found some air conditioning, so we're not making her stay out in the heat for nothing. But it does appear that testing is done for today. We're just going to stay live to make absolutely certain that they don't try for another static fire. But once we see vehicles return to the pad, we'll know it's safe to probably start wrapping up the stream.
Yeah, if you're new to the streams, that's our general standard operating procedure is when we see vehicles start to head back to the pad, we know things are over for the day. So right now, either they're done detanking or they're slowly detanking in order to afford that mass simulator up top the chance to not crush the vehicle. And yeah, when we see vehicles start to head back to the pad, we'll wrap it up. But until then, we are staying live just in case anything cool happens, because you never, ever know. That's what testing is all about.
how long till closure ends. The closure is scheduled to end in 13 minutes at 4 p.m. Central Time, but if the vehicle is not safe by that point, they will continue to keep the road closed. So we'll see what happens. And I don't know if anybody in chat has been watching, but it's been a while, I think, since I saw venting.
I've not seen the venting recently. It looks like it's pretty much detanked and they're just burning off what got left.
Yeah. Hey, Chad, if you saw venting recently, post in the chat what the timestamp was.
Yeah, people do. Eric Ralph saying he does appear to be detanked. Oh, we're doing some thruster firings.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
look at that.
Tests.
This is a normal routine that we've seen
Yeah.
where they test the RCS at the end. And if you're wondering where the RCS thrusters are, there's two thrusters at the very bottom of the vehicle on the left and right hand side. So if we see a puff of gas, that's probably what that is. But I'm not seeing any anymore.
No, I definitely saw one. That's always an indicator. It's the final victory dance for Starship.
Victory dance. That's pretty perfect.
I have my moments. And yeah, just to recap, we've had what appears to be a successful static fire test, the fourth static fire test for SN4, the second with SN20 Raptor. It seems to go well. There was no fiery event like the last time. And they've been detacking since, hopefully. Although Elon doesn't comment everything, I know people ask him questions all the time. Literally, Elon, how did it go? Elon, and what have you. But he'll answer it if he wants to. But as far as we can tell, it looked like it went well. And thank you to Troy for the $20 super chat. Thank you for what you guys do. And Mary too. Thanks for answering a couple of my non-super chat questions earlier. You guys see, we'll answer questions. You don't have to be super chat to ask a question. What will be the most exciting? So you're scrolling as I'm reading. What will be more exciting, the DM2 launch or Starship Hop? Both are pretty darn awesome. They are indeed. That's a good question. I almost did a Twitter poll asking what people thought was more important, the successful test flights of Starship or the return of US domestic launch capability with the Demo 2. And you know what? I couldn't do it. I couldn't post it because it was too close to Demo 2. And I thought it'd be really ridiculous, for people to be Starship fans and outvote what was a crucial launch after a 9-year gap. So I thought, I'm not going to do a poll. But I would still say I'd still say Demo 2 is more important, because that loss of capability after Shuttle retired was just ridiculous for a country like the United States. Sorry, Jack,
and there's people on it. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's just undeniably more important. There's people on it. There's lives at stake.
I think people get so excited about Starship because of the potential what Starship will bring. So rather than it being uncrewed, the prospect of Starship being a successful vehicle, even through its test phase without people on board, the potential that'll bring is so unique and so massive that they can probably see that as more important. So I can understand it, but I totally agree. Demo 2 is far more important.
Yeah, Eric says the viability of Starship is linked to SpaceX's ability to safely launch Demo 2. I agree. If you can't safely launch astronauts on a more conventional, Crew Dragon's obviously a quite modern and futuristic design. It has like an abort system that's different than what we've seen before, but it's still it's a more conventional design for launching astronauts into space in terms of the rocket, the small capsule that lands under parachutes and whatnot. Starship is a whole different thing. That is completely revolutionary, the way that's going to work with the entire rocket and spacecraft fully recoverable and whatnot. Yeah. But I think if SpaceX cannot properly execute Demo 2, that wouldn't be a good sign for Starship. So I think Demo 2 is basically a good stepping stone for SpaceX's Starship plans.
And the way Elon's presented it, he's talked about the curve where we've gone from Apollo and curved downwards. He's talking about obviously the capability and the orbits and what have you. We've gone down from Apollo to shuttle, where we've restricted ourselves back to low Earth orbit. We've lost low Earth orbit now as well. Think about after shuttle. So we've gone down even further and relying on Russians to launch American astronauts to an ISS the United States has mostly paid for, which is crazy if you think about it. Now we're returning the arc back towards having our own, I say our own, United States' own capability of launching astronauts into low Earth orbit. And then the next phase will be to go to beyond Earth orbit with Orion, with Starship, with the other vehicles they've got like for the Gateway. So that's the curve he's looking at. And that curve puts DM2 first.
Yep.
Yeah, people in chat are pretty much agreeing. DM2 is more important. Still, it's a nice future if you think about it. It wasn't that many years ago that the next thing after shuttle retired was literally all on Ares 1. Which, you know, when it's proposed, I didn't like it from the start. I know some people have got some fond memories of it, but I remember its design process was a complete mess. It really was from the day one. And the way they projected a 1.5 architecture of Ares 1 and Ares 5 was just so, I mean, you think SLS cost a lot of money. This was ridiculous. This was literally 2 new vehicles to launch what SLS will be doing.
Oh, sorry, interruption. Vehicles are returning to the pad.
Oh, there we go. I mentioned SLS.
And there you have it.
Yeah. So
Road
he's talking
is
about
open.
SLS. Quick, get him off.
So
The guy in the booth frantically hitting the button. Open the road, open the road.
Yeah. If he was towing a banner saying Orange Rocket bad, it'd been brilliant.
All right, well.
So that's pad open. So I think we're looking at winding down the stream before John asks any more food related questions.
Hang on, we have breaking news, I think.
Oh.
Whoa, wait, I have to read. 1 second. Everybody be quiet. Well, you can talk, but I'm reading quickly.
Go
on.
This better be good.
I mean, it's in update, so you can read it too.
Oh.
I'm reading right now.
I'm looking. Is there an altitude that you're seeing, Jack? Because I'm looking for a definition of what exactly this entails.
I just searched for altitude and no.
Kilometers. So it looks like if you're just joining us, we have very good news to report. It looks like SpaceX has been granted an FAA permit to conduct Starship suborbital test flights from their Boca Chica facility, which would enable the 150-meter hop as soon as Monday.
There we go.
Wow.
Then. Hopefully, they don't think about doing some more static fire tests, even though they might, because Monday won't count if they blow it up. So I'd rather if they're gonna lose this vehicle, I'd rather them lose it in a hop and get some data from it rather than another static fire test. That's just me, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monday then. That's crazy if you think about it. They could launch
so soon.
They could launch Demo 2 at the weekend. They might even not, but they could do. But then you got the hop following hours later. I mean, I don't think many people are used to this pace in the space program.
Yeah. It looks like Jeff Fallis was the first to report that. I think he was one that found that. So thanks to Jeff for finding that.
Has anyone tweeted it yet?
Jeff did. That's what I was looking at. I'm guessing Danny on a Discord found it from him. That's why I was citing him.
Yes, there's no value us tweeting it. It's already out there.
I'm just going to quote tweet him.
All right.
Yeah, I was about to do my own tweet, but I don't want to be. I don't like when people steal
Yeah,
other
yeah,
reporter
I'm the
stuff,
same.
so I'm not going to do it either.
I'm the same, and I hate it when people do it to me. You'll tweet
Yeah.
something, and someone will copy paste, go, "Oh, look what I found." Like, where you found that then? It's even the same words as mine. I can see you.
This is interesting because I literally looked for this permit like an hour ago. I'm trying to figure out if I didn't look at the incorrect place or whatnot, or where it is on the FAA's website. It may have been that he asked the FAA communications office if they had anything.
Break. It's a license, not a permit, says Danny.
Ah, so it might be on the launch license page then. So the previous Starhopper test was through an experimental permit, but a license is what is used for the more operational flights. So I guess for whatever reason, this was a license, not a permit. But we originally expected a permit based on what happened with Starhopper.
Yeah.
And I'm
What's
not
the difference?
Good question, Das. I think oh my God, on the FAA's active permits, they have a hot link, and the title of the hot link is "What's the difference between a licensed launch and a permitted launch?" So right now I'm reading.
Let's just say hello to the FAA, who are clearly watching our live stream.
And if you would expect that link to clearly outline the difference, you're wrong. Oh, wait. Never mind, it does. I was reading in the wrong place. A permit is if a commercial space vehicle does not exceed 150 kilometers and has thrust less than 200,000 pounds a second. This is classified as amateur rocketry. And is not licensed by the FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation. So I guess this being a license means that SpaceX now has permission to fly this vehicle above 150 kilometers, so basically to orbit, which is why it's not a permit.
But it's classed as an amateur rocket?
Yeah, that basically means that Starhopper was an amateur rocket by the FAA's classification, which is quite crazy.
It's a bit mean.
That's possibly the most advanced rocket being built today. is an amateur rocket, classification purposes.
Well, they are launching it from a field, so I suppose. Wow, so it's Thursday. I've lost track of days. Yeah, it's Thursday. We've got tomorrow. We might have a quiet day tomorrow, and then it's all back to it, non-stop.
Yep. So we continue to stream for that bit of exciting news, but I don't know about everybody else, but I think it's probably time to wind it down with the pad now open.
Yeah, we're down to 1,500 people, so it's obviously everyone else thinking the same thing.
Yep, we've been on air for 4 hours and 40 minutes almost. So
I'm exhausted. Yes.
Yeah, I'm tired. This
Please
was
make
the
it end.
second long live stream we've done over the past 2 days now, and it looks like there's going to be more testing tomorrow probably. So stay tuned to the YouTube channel, and if they decide to static fire tomorrow, we'll be going live for that too. And then obviously we have Demo 2 launch coverage coming up on Saturday. Lots to look forward to. We're going to spool down the stream now and get some rest ahead of that additional exciting events later this week.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks to Chris B for joining. Thanks to Das for supporting, even though he wasn't on air the entire time. And thanks to Jack for hanging out. And of course, most importantly, thanks to Mary for being out there in the heat for most of the testing today and for bringing us this incredible live view from Boca Chica, Texas.
And thanks to Chris G for stopping by.
Oh, yeah, good point. I forgot about him. How did I do that? Yes, we also had Chris G stop in momentarily as well, and a great static fire. So all is looking good, and hopefully we'll see a hop as early as Monday. That is it for now, and here goes the intro / outro video that Jack made, and is really, it seems like people like it a lot. So we're gonna roll it as the outro too. Oh.
Yeah, I love video.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
All right, the chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.